indicate the actual figures Electoral Commission ever release it.
Okay.
And right, prelim statement, the Kofi Annan Center, and by one set up a coalition center because for security reasons. None conformed by including the foreign observers, need to say, yes, say, Dr. Baumia, Adjatum, my commending the Kakram church for why he needs to be commended together with Conria of Liberia, because it's set pace in Africa. By Ghana, even though any law, but through conventions and practice, 72 hours have been set as a limit of announcing the results. One farmer, not if there's the major setback in their own farmer, then we are forced to release it. Now, another example, there was an election now one constituency, a very 10 constituency.
Exactly.
And no, none yet decide our Ghana. In that situation, won't mean found PVT because it's not the fault of the Electoral Commission that has delayed the announcement of the results.
Okay.
But you can rather help the Electoral Commission with your PVT results to take a decision. In that situation, Professor Greenstreet and Professor Justice Crabbe, may his soul rest in peace. Omu the PVT results no Dr. Farijan ho. And what I say, based on our PVT, say you got time, be what you need.
Okay.
The very difference who the constituency winner will be. But based on the results, parliamentary results, we hear just +1. Parliamentary candidates also winning. And see, and yeah, they have been saying here, South African, the ABBDR. And then said they are because the way the parties were amassing there was dangerous. To the extent that a day before, your pipe police in Italy. And to avoid that thing, no, PVT results, say we are able to project it to show them. No need to. That is I would say young time view. Now media for no clear be the kind of time constituency.
Yeah.
Me na nam kwemu kwa me kusu nyane na frame. The party no agiatum based on the P. So the PVT is there to support the elections management body. Sometimes about when you need electoral commission be bold announce who they want. Yes, send the results no command. But the competitor say I'm party on one issue. Obey board no announce because he has the PVT results to authenticate the results. And you be taking lead in announcing results because that is not the mandate of anybody in the country.
Okay.
But we use it to help the elections management body to be sure of the results it has collated. But who said, even though the election management body is sure, but because of one or two things, say can say manipulation or say I'm there, Ghana, and based on this protocol, no, the 72 hours has not passed. You say a critical incident be a baby or baby or never affect the results now. You need electoral commission, but as the board members, say your co-chairs, Mrs. George Villa and Reverend Fred Digby. Umbefa results ni technicians na ako opin apojetiama Jane and who said it now all their support. So yan chain in ochina 72 hours. Na yan said the anywhere electoral commission EDC obenaso results, then we can also come to authenticate.
Very well. I mean, you've done a yeoman's job, Codeo, and the other civil society organization. I know that the Ghana Medical Association and TUC, kahona mutimi right?
But also,
yes, let me be say you had other sister CSOs are one boy and no one so support is a side way.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Codeo, Codeo, but because DJ the president and chairman.
President, national president.
National president is a member of Codeo. DJ is a member of Codeo. George Sapon NMC or Tikodeyo so president of Tikodeyo so midwives necessary midwives association Tikodeyo so engineers association bar association NAGRA Muslims Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission Christian Council of Ghana Christian and Charismatic Association of Ghana Chief Imam's Office is presented into a 42. The only difference is a government institution behind Kahon, but your government association to say NAS, NAGRAS, and CLOSAC, local civil servant association, most of the city. And that's Kodeyo. The CDD Ghana, yes, secretariat for the coalition.
I see.
Yeah, a Muma, a few way, a Juma win a video election, because even off elections, you have to be a friend of political environment analysis and assessment. Every 6 months, after elections, the Frek audio board, but say this political environment, on economic fronts, these are the challenges. On employment front, these are the challenges. On security front, these are the challenges. About what she win I came to me near the after another 1 year. If you come the next election year, based on that, my advice here is based on this political environment. And I think about to this year. Yen targeted these areas to support the elections management body. So that's what we do at CDD Ghana, but Kodeyo is not for CDD Ghana.
Very well. I don't pay my minawasi. I'm grateful for your time. Yadamwasi Papa Pansu Wajuma Mwaye Ediama or my Ghana. I'm grateful.
Okay, Medasi.
Mr. Medasi. And that is a year. Mr. Mensa Abrampa, one and a year in charge of security sector and governance at the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, Kodeyo, speaking to us. Over 4,000, observers and one deploy across the constituencies, 276, and then over 40,000 polling stations yet to about a woman. As we speak, woman so a year woman coalition there, but just as he has explained, no. And their intention is not to say one more air pentem and your figures about bonte. Electoral Commission no ana emma woman who quite say one betimi ayen she no said etie. And we await the final declaration by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who doubles as the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. 46 minutes after 7, ubetimi adjoine yen live feed no on Facebook na with the wadwen training in ano ediaba na ene obi akwafu boys ne beso mo chese wo mo aye election wo mo abre enti obi ama ye nyina so ne etena mu we na sisi sa na ede daily guide bi aba na daily guide ba haye no adope banner headline we will come back stronger. Dr. Bawumia is on the front page of Daily Guide, the Obokrachano Anope, and then on the right-hand side corner, NDC sweeps majority seat in Parliament with a photograph of former President John Dramani Mahama. On the left corner side, we have Kumasi goes dead, and they say, Kase, Kumasi Ayedin. But Mamin Kwahumani should be Emra, not many Samuel Obey in the Executive Secretary. At the the Parliamentary Network Africa. Now, one more na civil society kua, one more FSA Parliament, and I'm Rashebi Gani Jumedia, one more editing in ano. Said yes, you calling na one more monitor, na one more HH, na afe etimi abuatime mufonso. Same marching as you say.
Major Zominiam is the speaker.
Wabre yina ya bre but service to God and country nti yento aso why Kwame Nkrumah mo kra ye ne say na before ye kwa battle we mo many would nkomo especially when na majority no on the NPP side requires Speaker Bagbin ebetimi I recall back the members few days, it was just about 4 to 5 days to election, and I walk at me say enye possible say e possible kra no it will be after say Yatu Abanewie. Indeed, there was a statement to that effect. Yes, but say on the 16th of December. Members, Ebesamba back. But Yahoo maybe 2024 elections, especially the parliamentary one, echo an absolute majority for the National Democratic Congress. The more observing so far, now I feel the details of it.
I said now it's looking like the parliamentary balance in Rebecca the absolute majority. On there was simple majority. I don't know. Just a little over 50%. Usually, I know Yenya. Your absolute majority, I don't know. Amaya Hodwo, Emuno, the standards change. There were be a Omodia, no, you need 3/4 for absolute majority. A minimum need 2/3. Ghana, the 2/3. Say Yachemumi and Sano. So, Utimifamu, they are over the friend absolute majority because Yamamra constitution, Nimuno. Many of the things are and only a high standard. You vote on a normal require 2/3 and your normal absolute and your normal majority, simple majority. From the it's appearing that and now for the very first time in the history of the Fourth Republic, 1992, free in competitive parliamentary elections are MPP, NDC, parliaments are producing in absolute majority. Just like 8 parliaments here, hang parliaments different angle or my hang parliament and the idea or some or my absolute so that's what it's looking like, and we are still monitoring. Of course, official results for us to say for a fact it's a next year. Another angle and so you will be a chance dekakra and it's independent MPs so Barbados at least more than the one in this 8 parliaments. No, what is unfortunate and it's parties seem not to be doing anything to Ghana seats. Other smaller parties, no, so far Enya BB cry from the constituencies.
One more cry, one more campaign cry, one more, we can say that about them, and we'll make sure so going into next 4 years. And our parties here, one more political preneurs, I mean, they waste our time. Was said that Buapa did the ballot, so no acquaint people who are jiska kakra, no acquaint this who are kakra, was you me a flag bearer, Midiaba, Entino, or Jessica, we are not in them now would instead of so Bequacoya Jumania third force, woman year Jumao. One when ya 1% be our battle, party as I see Guno, unye serious. But me will post to so Sammy, may pray what to assemble. Super majority in Ghana's 9th parliament, with a possibility of an independent caucus. Or say it's going to be very different in the 9th parliament, and the comfortable majority for the NDC. Now, explain to me what it will mean for the work of parliament. Say, happen, say, NDC ekra absolute majority. Absolute majority no will mean say they are having 2/3 of the total members of parliament here, which is 276. Now, I mean, parliament Jumano, the effectiveness, the oversight role, ISS legislature no play on the other arms of government and other institutions. I mean, in this case, NDC na Eba Power, John Mahama will be back. Sign a BCI in terms of accountability and then checks and balances. You bet me who say you bet me some level of effectiveness for the oversight role. I'm Rashebijano a play.
Well, so a few things. This kindness, of course, 2/3 majority, we have 184 out of 276. And no Krena NDC Chum 184, no, and as we 184, no, absolute majority, no, would mean say a lot of government business will go very smoothly. They are buying the Diviba Parliament, and then come for a bit me a shepherd in your manner to a smooth landing. But then also that requires that there will be a lot of watchfulness. We need a break for civil society, media, and even minority in our parliament. You know, we need a break. Yes, we need government business to progress because but it needs to be scrutinized. And the scrutiny now will not only happen in parliament. It will have to happen also outside of parliament, civil society, media, based on our history as a country, one shana absolute majority now is because politicians can use it capriciously. That's the first point. The second point, apart from say government business, they say in terms of it costs about ministers, normal parliament, the man numbers now is slow near the idea. For the first time, we will not have that problem necessarily. Why do I see this? The NDC to me 184 no trim kwa. It is President Mahama promises that no ministers won't far more than 60. The Amamra constitution say about 50% is free parliament. The other part of the class we 30 is free parliament, and answer 40. We use 30 and answer 40 is free 184 plus now one more choice won't be anymore. You still have about 154, 144, above 140 MPs from the NDC side. How many ministers? Plus MPP for minority plus independent for no. So they must be in parliament. It means that for the very first time, no, in a situation ruling party nipa parliament ministers are and with the excuse of minister and me too quiet and ministerial duties na there because even if all your ministers are not around in this current situation, how to me go ahead with government business. In this excuse no, the third point, oversight in some okay, say okay, the NDC phone kwan e do want to be your parliament. Exactly. Is then near oversee the government. Of course, oversight will be one of the things that a bigger problem. And until I make sure we say, see a share now, as media, as civil society, as team for your policy system, why? Because the mechanism of parliament is the oversight through committees of parliament. Committees of parliament, ministry, department, agency, maybe sector, or committee, I shall also. Then they be at the OE, who seek a ceremony at the Adina, or more so, in making sure that you are doing things the right way. By parliamentary arrangement, in the past, in committees, apart from BMU, in NDC for a chairpersons, almost the Benya do committees, so you want to oversight across. However, in this new standing orders, no maka krabe tinyasasa, and I know they might hope to say. If they really truly mean oversight, Parliament can do something about it. What are some of these things? They decline, and they say by parliamentary arrangements, once the NDC across it to third, the percentage are award in members of Parliament. So that percentage now no be saying in every committee. Okay. It is our 66%, and that's 2/3 of members of Parliament. The committee be 15 members are obenya mu 2/3, obenya 10. Now minority then 5. So a committee 21 members, or when you 2/3, 14. Now minority then that's how the distribution of committees will be. Super majority will also be super majority at all committee levels. I see. And it insists oversight near to a bar. So super majority know what if the NDC MPs are not minded, maybe they want to do it more partisan. One shall not. But the other good thing they say. To see our understanding orders of parliament, committees, you may be up for us to see near Kosovo. Just like
this time around, okay. So you'll be allowed to go in there and see what is happening.
Yes, or even if you don't even go in there, it may be streamed live. Yeah. It's just a parliamentary plenary, you stream the live in the it is an oversight, is suffering, and we will know. And that's where the NDC MPs must know. So the people of Ghana will be following because now we have a more open committee system. So they don't oversight. And the way that Ghana for punish MPs be in these elections, when these things are observed and they don't do things right, they must know that the next elections will come. Apart from that, one other angle in the sense is your committees are by the standing orders, omo abemu and a chair. Your committees is why omo ni abemu and a chair. And those are quite very powerful committees.
Public Accounts Committee.
Bibi to say public accounts, I know the name no dada. Bibi to say subsidiary legislation committee, I know the name that subsidiary legislation committee. I know LI so. And now, see, I know the government assurances committee account. In the last few months, Honorable Okujeto in this current parliament. In this case, it be free minority side. and Government Assurances Committee and Government Parliamentary Assurance Committee and all say wo aban wa hyebo on be hwese bo a wo hye no we this one na inti bo hye bia a wo hye bia no mo troto at the right time no afro say aban una also be my 24-hour economy no e he aban una also be say e he una also be say and no will be chaired by the minority. If they have an opportunity, although the membership no will have more NDC members because of quota system now be kind, but it still will be chaired by the minority. Actually, apart from committees, I don't know, a year majority to vote and a minority to another ruling party and a ruling, no. Near the canons, no, the new standing orders of parliament, and also no, you in accordance with percentage. Therefore, parliament committees, about 30. There are about 15 there, I don't know, constant. Say a coida majority, and I say say a coida ruling party, no caucus. Because if I say security and intelligence committee say, won't be found to show position in that. Foreign affairs committee say, won't be found to show position in that. Finance committee won't be found to show position in that. No more there by rules, no a ruling party in that. But Nyoma to say the other ones, I don't know, public accounts, subsidiary legislations, and government assurance, and also the minority. But the Ebekano, the NDC in your to third, NDC in your parliament, seats in to third, and also no committees now can move to third. I don't know chair. Now, minority in your almost percentage of Munya, and also chairperson's room. And these are mechanisms that they can use for oversight. However, with the numbers, so they can use they can use it to frustrate oversight. Internet will require any better. Na who say the new parliament is the kind of parliament that requires say you need so. He gave you this amazing majority for a purpose. What they yet at the power. And one of the things that they can do with this supermajority is there are some provisions of the constitution that, for example, must change. But constitution is said to change it, no. This is called parliament now more than 2/3. And that's a 2/3 and above. Into those ones, so they see our NDC has no excuse. So I'm catcher and say any cooperation from MPP 14 me and yes a bit to say see a better ama MMDCs.
Exactly.
2/3. Then the other time and they say not two parties name play say to Obama DC is MC is near the idea and so back the party line back the party line the company and that angle they couldn't get a 2/3 but they see NDC has a 2/3 and NDC is so now you need to almost say almost a partisan lines and it has been in their previous manifesto. I think that the current one and so they say to be expected say MMDC is in some as soon as possible. If they have the 2/3 that they don't need anybody to start with the constitutional amendments. I say to make sure say you best start to see elect MMDCs, so that by the next elections of assembly forum, you have Twaba
and go for contesting
MCs, DCs.
Interesting times ahead, but we wait to see how things will play out. But finally, the attrition rate and also now the is here because a lot of the mighty ones are falling in parliament. Now you don't see most of that from the NDC side. It almost looks as if NDC for one big gurus are still back to parliament. And Ahmed Ibrahim Woho Tamale Ura former minority leader Haruna Idrisu Ewoho Atoforsen Ewoho Kofi Amaboa is back to parliament. I mean, a lot of them Okuja Tomunyano are there. Dingo Pram some George Munyano are back to the parliament, and these are tough guys. I mean, they've been in the chamber for a very long while. Now you come to the NPP's bench, and then almost all their big shots. Womunyano Eko Obi Amwa is no more as Leusuko. KT Hammond echo a lot more of the people and Lucy Womunyano a seat. Now, how will this play out in terms of the raw parliamentary work, experience, and scrutiny of the bills? A beba okay? Say, I mean, the new people no cry but one more bit me learning on the job as quickly as possible. Now, one more adapted to a near no. Are we going to see a more effective parliament in the ninth one a year coming? And now say most experienced ones are every musiciano. I mean, will bring us some level of downfall when it comes to the work.
You are right about what observations. NDC side, no, they have more powerful. In fact, not just in numbers, but even in experience. MPP are straight, almost major legislators through almost because they volunteered not to contest in their party.
Exactly.
And almost what they have lost. Into on the experience. Now, NDC would have the experience on their side and will also have the numbers on their side. As a walk into a fighter, warrior lightweight, now heavyweight sound in the Kwako. The scale is not balanced at all for the MPP. However, there is room for learning. I think it's that there are some of the NDC MPs, they came in also as freshmen, and by dint of hard work, experienced legislators, and I say, impactful legislators. Parliamentary business at the woman must learn right from the very onset. So 1 week, 2 weeks orientation at Parliament, by just to be able to get you abreast with one or two few things, but on a daily basis about learning. So there was at the and this time around, there will be many of them. In fact, even if President Mahama decided to be 16 in every Parliament, there will still be 216 MPs. They must be legislators.
Okay.
We are pre-MP, pre minister, and I say,
one business. Business.
You know, say, one more the Humberto for Jumano, na ankoye the other distractions, that the okay, I know the meaning of it. Na uncle pet distractions, I hope not parliamentary business on Baya, on bet mission, and you know, they will be able to impact both in Parliament and outside of Parliament. For attrition rates, they are quite regrettable, and at Parliamentary Network Africa, yesterday be about what the attrition rates are looking like, especially as the numbers are coming in and going into next year, and we may be able to show what the situation is looking like. Parliament, baby, I only the experience more and more host to morning shows. And you'll be again here in the morning shows. We need the experience, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, share stations are also, you know. Experience to be able to handle a morning show. That's the kind of thing you need in Parliament because the more you do, the more you learn and the more you become impactful. However, that does not mean so Ghana for say you need your bone joke the MPs because of experience attrition they must necessarily be shown the exit if they are not doing too well.
But one thing a bit shocking. Some of the new entrants are about more in the 8th Parliament. Nanka ye nimse obi mu ho a wo mo abo mo ho modern year obi mo nso guso a wo mo surge forward but it looks as if say almost quite a number of new entrants are ye hu wo mo in the 8th Parliament, after their first term, Bebrina so asan Lucy. Dakwa Newman has lost her seat. Porchum Berema of Doma East, Lucy seat. The question is that at the end here, a new entrant. I feel no wabemu fufra washa siekra wosuya. Now all of a sudden, you bet me at Tranketi. Richard, yen confirm me ayensuano. Now yen confirm me Teddy result. I don't know whether he's won and I say well Lucy ayensuano the former NDC member of Parliament for ayensuano. That is typically an NPP seat, but we want to confirm that. So, Sami, what might have accounted for Sani Emawe? Say one more about Mufo most of them now. Asan Lucy Wamusita, one more Edebaye.
For me, rather additional Kessien edema omo bemu sisiano. You see, sometimes the apre no party primaries, main elections. But like, oh, the incumbent no work no, and still in line with attrition. Incumbent no work no on ya the munyin influ on a mumpa memesho. Only for them to come to see say, hey, sir, if you no, send it to you. There you money better, sir. There you money cry no. Sometimes it's not even worth it. It's as new MP no. They did so no right from day one. Coach, Mama Selection. Coach, the two who's the that Ethiopian Yabomati, Hospital near High. Midania, me home cram, me home in the zoo. Oma Munonyanka coach for crab free match, and to coach is Nabo. Into the appropriate time, oh boy, Yana, you know. Obian was as a player, only player, Papa, and I say, Ojuman Sweeney, and now whatever. And then they withdraw you. It should be the first lesson. No more Mubemu must know, say, to see, and we cannot advise them on, say, but in the future, no, we need to advise them, say, Parliament and better, you know, the whole constituency, do a honor, who we see Akunyana, who can the Obekenina in the name of them, person Yina, and Kunya, and layer of accountability. The second thing is that Parliament is about the chamber or the parliamentary enclave, but it's also about your constituency.
Okay.
That it is more about your constituency.
Yes,
yes, you can do. You need to do the work in Parliament this year. Say Obama, Obienu say indeed you are a good MP near the idea. However, in your constituency, so no, so it's me Juma. Then our constituents, no, will know say indeed you are representing them. So it must be a balance between the two. And those are some of the reasons. But for many of the new entrants, no, honestly, Ejumano, it's me brew many in a way say 1 year.
4 years now, who so cry.
Because 4 years is not an easy, it's not enough time for say Ejumano so. It's 1 year now way and apart from the fact that say omu elusu sika through the campaign, no, in pass a bit more sika through the campaign, maybe a campaign free. Me catch that many of them would even thank God so Mulusu.
But I'm talking about somebody like Teddy Ewo Ayensuano constituency anymore in the eastern region. Now, in your earlier commentary, no, Ose Ejumano is not just about being in parliament, but it equally has to do with the Obeye in your constituency. So this is one person that, I mean, with the entire country, people feel say, well, yeah, Juma, na home Brasier said your constituency, at the end of the day, the people of Ayensuano, I mean, Omwa rejected, I don't know why.
And you see, they are the best judges, really. It is a think crime. The think crime. We may probably see, you know, that some of the MPs are me. I always say,
hello, Sammy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Metonka.
Aha. Now me tell you say me vote who that they could pon e wala.
Okay.
The next door neighbor, so far as constituency is concerned, Lejoku. Lejoku ye bibia ura boy e pray.
Yeah.
So far as I'm concerned, as somebody I was study parliament over the last couple of years, you know, I see no reason, under normal circumstances, Obi to say Okuboy should not be the one representing Lejoku for in parliament. However, Lejoku for said Debbie near Penna, near Penwo, and they omukasa ni yeti. They are the constituents. They are the people who matter. Until you must know, say, at every point in time, whatever you are doing as an MP, no, you are ensuring, say, it is in line with what the people that matter are saying. Your constituents, no. Until you can be an excellent MP so far as Accra media is concerned. You can be an excellent MP so far as Parliament is concerned. However, you may be a terrible MP as far as your constituents are concerned. And in 4 years, they will punish you.
They will punish you. Final one, I mean, you know, you pass affirmative action law. Say, yeah, because a man do not answer lose seat, you know. And vis-a-vis, how do we get the numbers to complement? As you also call Dakwa Newman, call Nane Year, call Uko a year, how a Kumsin, or also call Lydia Sarah Malhassan, a lot more of the people are one way already the man crowd didn't know so that, but also the way one was a loose seat now. How will it look like in the 9th Parliament when it comes to the female members of Parliament?
Yeah, we're still watching. In fact, at Parliamentary Network Africa, and also one of the areas that we are in. In fact, in the next 4 years, two of the demography of MPs are any Ombe Jumapa as Parliamentary Network Africa, ma MPs, and the young MPs and women MPs. You need the try what the dynamics of a ma MP will look like. When it comes to young MPs, it appears to say, by and by, we are getting a lot of younger people contesting in various places. According to Interparliamentary Union, the World Union of All Parliaments, a young MP can be defined as will be 45 and below. 45 and below. For it looks like we are getting quite a number of them in Parliament. By man side, we are still tabulating the numbers because whereas some of the women are losing, we are also having some places that either Oba lose to Oba to say
Okan Queen of
to say Okan Queen of, I think, and happy to say Katwa.
Yes, I would just say East.
East. Aha. In some of the instances, and to say Dom Kwabinya near the idea.
Exactly.
In some of the few instances, Oba lose to Oba. So we don't know the number dynamics yet, but it's not looking like a bit to me it drew 40 now. In the current parliament. We hope that it drew at least the class will maintain the 40. But we are still monitoring the numbers. But what would then have to happen in say with an affirmative action law passed, now even the few in parliament, together with the parliamentarians themselves, all of them, should now and all of us as Ghanaians should now start indicating say as I say, you're making sure that Parliament will be conforming to affirmative action principles. And that will start from parties, in their party primaries, event and next, what will be the affirmative action indications. To see idea, it is too late. But if we start the work now, then there are parties, the next constitutional amendment in line with affirmative action law, then the necessary advocacy in line with affirmative action law. Now, we may get to a point where affirmative action will play out very well in Parliament. Just as Sierra Leone say, Emran say that 30% must be women. War parties, the candidate 100, you must make sure say you move 30 right from the very onset. You may make sure say, and that will make sure say to balance the situation. There are some countries where we are differently. Some the only say we party some of your strongholds, because the honor by all means, you must only field a female candidate. So there are many options that we can look at, particularly for this 9th Parliament here. It may not be very good for affirmative action. However, this same 9th Parliament has the opportunity, say, advocacy, the right things, using the law now, 8th Parliament to pass it, to ensure, say, we would have better women representation at all levels of governance. And yes, President Mahama, so, send the 60 ministers, the other appointees, how would affirmative action play in those things? That would be a way of setting the right tone. Say, Onokra as president, what the affirmative action be, because for the very first time, we're having a female vice president.
Exactly.
At the level of the first top four people that our constitution recognizes, we don't know who will become speaker Monday. Then the says the speaker Bema Krana. It will be vice president, chief justice being women, president, speaker being men. 50-50, which will be brilliant. How are we ensuring, say, in other appointments, we'll be able to get something similar to that in those other appointments. how is Parliament ensuring that they will do the right advocacy and make sure the parties do the necessary changes to ensure that by the next elections, we can boast of a Parliament that is affirmatively sensitive.
Very well. Sorry, I must be grateful for your time. I mean, yeah, we're not 2 hours, so maybe idea you must answer any wedding come. Why? And that is the Executive Secretary, Edema, the Parliamentary Network Africa, speaking to us in details about what is likely to happen in the 9th Parliament. Now, we cannot also say the 8th Parliament, near to a foregone conclusion. No, we have some few weeks to go until on the 16th of December. It is expected, sir, the 8th Parliament, ebesanso ababet nasibim na afe adwuma akamu a womo entimi ewie no womo betimi ewie ansa de akodi broja na afe yewura afe foforo ne mu a yetimi aswear in the 9th Parliament. And that is what is happening. Every angle of the conversation with the latest Parliament year coming, which is the 9th Parliament, ana Sami Obin Agboyema yetimi atini nyina no asem pacho join you live on Facebook na fa wadwen training nyina no ebra 19 minutes after 8, and this is Kessben election avenue so enie on March na anopay. We are letting you know baby issues ni nyina no akodru now. Surely me do be call a year yen screen no so na many wo edin komo. I'll be showing you the map of Ghana na afi watching ehu baby attorney green any baby still blue no maintained na afi yabano region by region the provisional result eba seat NDC aflipe the NPP aflipe so far how the numbers game AC air call for both sides na afi yetimi ashe now ye say we will go back into previous elections from 2016, 2020, even to a far extent 2012. Na yashe constituencies Libya, Abasesia no NPP elusino. The margins are no mudikita those seats vis-a-vis NDC etimi overturned the margins must say seats no aflipe ababidi wamo aside. And that is what is happening. We'll take you on that journey surely na yetimi anywhere this and come on. But keep coming in with your messages, or joining you live or Facebook neswa ubetimi at the wajen channel at the aba na that may be the one crata be so at the mouth. Yabesa kwa kumani so akoye adwuma ba, but daily guide aba enti Kumasi goes dead. Mo Kumasi any asante one tem no. Adopa ye maybe phone lines no moma ye ntem nka. Edi enti Kumasi aye din sa. I mean, when you too much soccer na or whatever happened, I mean, we'll give you that opportunity so you could share with us. But free day one aye to abending in Kumasi ye din. Free day one from Saturday morning, Ebabesi and Rano Pakrana Yenyan declare, the street of Kumasi was very, very silent. And we'll speak to our reporters. I will na afe womo etimi amayen details nina na yetimi ahese. Why is Kumasi so quiet? I mean, Aban womo ane koto ye. I mean, Ashanti region is typically an NPP dominated region. They came there in their numbers. More party executives, Bahom, Dr. Bawumia was there for about 15 solid days. 2 weeks on a row. Ebetina region in the year campaign near there. I have seen some people posting say over 2.1 million votes. And I mean, Asante Fona and said down to Aban Womo MP and Kwanko Ama a year the NPP and no and Akakofa weighing in ano Ediaba. But the question is that are you blaming the voters or you are blaming the national hierarchy of the New Patriotic Party? Campaign na womo ye and sana na SS womo structure womo campaign na campaign na womo ye na po kwa no biye di nachi ba omi akwa no biye di nachi. Was that really a problem? Did they see problem about those arrangements womo ye and they felt that it was okay? The fancy campaign I know more ye. In fact, I must acknowledge the fact say a Juma Dr. Bawumia ye, okay? And no na ate margins in the show. And it is clear, Dr. Bawumia and were crisscrossing around the country so effectively and delivered the message of hope to the good people of Ghana. It is unfortunate, whether fortunate or unfortunate, say Abatu no anko on the side. But Bawumia as a candidate of the party, Waye Juma. It could be say apathy no asset in. The mode year and Crawford 4 years ago, still Crawford ebo enyo sa. All this one no na ye catch them say the papa mu and kamujina campaign platforms ne so a. The edi kan no ene say mompa achew. Na mo accepting responsibility of the fact to say yes, ye share mo boss ye beye ABCD. Nanso ye ba ye no and she say ya ye womunti ABCD no entimi amane sa. Momfa nche yen na mommoa yen ye kɔ yenim no ye betimi aye niema ye. But I mean edru baby no na akwakoye a little bit fanciful. But ma memra ho mane so na mene aye ora David Oforia champion eni nkomo. Wono no aye educationist or say labor expert. Enkomodie bebre na ba ye o. Education no free SHS no John Mahama se oba wo beye emra e de atachiri na wa creative photo a ebetimi aboa ma dabia no ye be hu se free SHS no e wo sika wo ho no ma e bo achievedom na afi emra nso tachiri free SHS no the NPP says no Mahama review our work no means cancellation wo ba nyon no de ba ye enti ontimi mesomu emeye niye free senior high school was on top of the decision-making table. Ghana for ehwe ho yentu aba enfama free education, digitization, and as yentu aba enfama 24-hour economy, and then in kokon keten, as they put it. Ni nyina no Ghana for take a decision no. Ofa machi.
Speaker, me chwa what thing?
Me ho ye pa na wonso baby aye din e wo man.
Nyame ado me ho ye pa.
Oh yeah, pa. Yeah, that trade and pass. What go to Ababa? What be doing cry? I think.
Oh, me to about one cry.
Oh, okay. I see. But my name komo. I mean, what the education? What the we name the no. I was through ye pa. At the table of the decision making. Ghana for necessarily compare the John Mahama aka and the Dr. Bawumia eka free SHS arguably was not out of this particular election in terms of policy and in the dynamics by. But Ghana for decided for an option moving into the next 4 years. What do you think might have accounted for the SCCC? Ghanaians do really believe say yen review free senior high school as a policy because one more Akasium vote largely for John Mahama, who proposed say be a review with the policy.
Well, said I would think Ghanaians have made their decision. And our decision is based on political parties, they are only to Ghana for any. The issue of cancellation, I think that it was settled even before the vote because NDC Fono came out completely to say that is not their intention. So they cancel. I can remember say President Mahama or Kase they would decentralize food supply stocks. They would cancel double tracking. And the idea in education sector now promotion.
And they as well promise say one more the private schools now. One more students need be one more enroll one more as part of the policy. And the ideal college action nessa schools ni na no ananka. You name say ye private senior high schools one more kwalana free SHS and kwalano do na free one seven no he promise say what the woman so ever become honor students no be alcohol. And yes meet you.
Chika, and then some of the year ayana politicians ayana sometimes Mokasa be brave. So now the question is that the private school excuse me, I'm being honest. They don't have the stock of level of competence that public school teachers know.
In terms of what?
Secondary school education. Because a teacher for which there was secondary school. Now they compare a teacher for more private school. Or more private public schools no. Number two, salary a teacher for more private schools does not match up to the salary for more public schools. It is a creating a balance. Taking all this into consideration, putting children to private secondary schools will become a problem because parents very resistant. Because of that, baby, I may buy you one more name Diano and Tisabia will be over Recrum secondary school. So what and no, it's something that they must think through well. Anyway, almost on my national dialogue and education.
Exactly.
How these things can be done. The second one, a little bit of concern to me is the cancellation of the double track, because there has not been any definite from the policy statement from the NDC, IHS, from the beginning of the next academic year, which will be the 25-26 academic year. Double track, you better cancel. Ghanaians' expectation, in the absence of that particular statement, then will mean say we'll take officer within the shortest possible time, also try double track. And we say they must address it to alleviate the misunderstanding that people may have concerning the cancellation of the double track. And we say one thing that they have to address. My next major concern, that was our policy document, 120 days, is how are they going to deal with labor? How are they going to deal with labor? Because prior to the elections, there was a lot of labor agitation.
Exactly.
It's a very important point. I was thinking, what the government will be doing in the first 120 days of its existence, and so on. So the players, then these practical steps will be taken. Because what is there?
Yes, but over on the labor front, can we say, sir, the NDC and John Mahama, were absolutely straightforward with labor and then Ghana for entirely. I remember, sir, Omeki comment, sir, Oba Mumani holiday kakra because Omaini si kasem no enyine ye and no eye one. It became a whole topical issue, sir. Obi awo babe ye jumano, and then his explanation were that sikasem no enyine ye now we labor be fighting for salary increments no any idea. He ought to understand Enema SEC and then adjust economically and sign as such announcement no ebetmia. But the more reason why the NDC did not really promise that much when it comes to the labor front. And can you forgive them to say okay, one said that amount promise be able to me binding it to it as labor, but yen chairman entina konyani sunye na yen share what he have to offer. Can that argument be made in that context?
Speaker, for me as an individual who is a retirement cannot say that I can speak for the working people, but my experience with workers, then I'm in there.
Okay.
In most instances, workers don't care whether you tell them that because the history of labor agitation, every government has struggled with it from rolling stamps to ABC there, and most of the time, they are unable to address problems workers because of it. So, is another critical, very important year. Also, agenda in the first 120 days. So sit back and let people understand. Say because the COVID by now workers. I made that suggestion. You have to port, which then implies that the source of revenue at the platform, and that's become more. Because that's where a lot of our money comes from. You have taken it upon yourself to say you can revive the economy, but when people die, you can't do it. Good. But go back to the people and tell them that you can't hear you know. By then I'm saying you can be going to Yedi Tiamo. Said the Baya, say Yaliano to me court near Sian and Mua. You better share for. This one, Kenya government, Kenya government, if you know, as man for the Uno Mobedia, Uno Montrance, now Uno Monche, Adiano Monopo, and Fantuho. Said the Baya Obe High, because I know for sure. Said those issues, no, I said, JPA, Eshe, Sumbiafe.
Okay.
I be like nothing. No, they must seriously begin to look at it. Now, Munchimi address, no, Munya space, Boy, it's one thing saying, say, Mammy holiday, and it's another thing they say, may any holiday be a major figure.
Yes, but I'm just saying, sir, in terms of honesty, sir, Nipana culture, it will be expected, sir, at least certain level of promises between me and Abba. Now, in the context where the person has been emphatic to say, sir, mean to me, said that and shamubo because the mimi who am a teacher, me who no, and near money said that yes sir. So unless you allow me the opportunity to get in there, see what is in there, and then we can now think of adjusting. And you would have to give me a certain period that make me sort it out, sir, and near money. You have said, say yes, labor they don't care. Say why you ready and now when you're ready. What musika no muhia, but the reality no will as well dawn on us. We are equally Ghanaians. And since at the end no one no more, I mean, how will he be able to fish it out for the labor?
And America says it must be part of their critical decisions in this first 120 days. So, yeah, get them to understand. Not only about the election, and people were demanding salary increases. And you know, they must address it immediately. Because from my experience from the labor front, you know, these are some of the things that may crop up. And you know, now address them immediately. If you think that you need time, get them. You organize labor or get the front to sit down. Open up the realities to them. Let them know it's a problem and give us time to organize it. If the problem now is the fact that it has to do with issues of salary. Look, you're operating single spine policy over 10 years. Such as here. In it, you know, there has been so many things that are all wrong in the single spine. So what will be their position on the single spine? For me, I've always advocated there should be a review on the single spine because the basic aim of the single spine is equity within the public sector working group.
Okay.
But within the same group now, both different treatment. Different treatment. And now offers agitations when you now know. So if they are able to say, look, let's do a comprehensive review of the single spine, just like it was thought of from President Kufuor time, you know. Now you go back to that.
Kessben.
Then we'll have some industrial piece, the leverage, with that undue pressure, it's not part of your budget.
Very well, very well. And I think these are some of the things I would anticipate to say. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Uncle free lines, no, eso. Na, I remember, go remember.
Yeah, come.
Marching.
Yeah, no.
Na, it's saying.
Nyamia dumara kwa.
My brain kasa, my brain kasa. My brain kasa.
Me suma bre papa.
Me beja. Na.
Oh no, come kasa. We need so beja me. Ba him pass aka me beja o. We say am be kwaya ade.
Wa menya me.
Na to
me bo wa menya.
So Mr. France obeka.
Mr. Wa. But we are fine. And to corner started, Richard, for me, screen so why. Now, let's look at the Ghana map entirely. Now, Yanshe said, Sena, Niamano AC Echo. Nothing has really changed from a year. The previous hours, you who said the trend of the result, you know, I started trickle in. The Bibian wa assessor, and bro, there was a little bit of a year. Doubt about a year Dome Kwabenya to say finally. I mean, the NPP has lost Dome Kwabenya, and indeed, I told you, figures little play out. Now, Nana, may the top 20 constituencies, you know, the most populated one, so now how many of them are NPP Timi a winning year? Now, how many of them are NDC? So, Timi a winning year. Now, you know, sir. That's top 20, no. Greater Accra Nkwana Womo Ekita 12 constituencies out of the top 20. So if they are able to win majority of those top 20 constituencies, then no doubt it's a reflected in the final result who say NDC Etimi Enyane. So this is how it's looking like. Nana, as at this morning, this is the Ghana map. Greatly as we speak, just 4 regions are blue. So you talk about the eastern region, which is blue already, a typical good region for the New Patriotic Party, and that is the region for Nanado Danko Kufuor. That is blue. Obi say eastern region. Definitely, the NPP will win that particular region. The Ashanti region is also still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Then I told you, so I'll bring you back again. You see, you can't say the it's not as if say Nana, I gave you some top 5 regions. I told you said those regions, no, a stronghold of the NPP. Okay, that was Eastern, Ashanti, and then Ahafo, including Bono region. Okay, but this time round, the NDC has taken Bono region. So it should tell you, say, automatically, election, no, not a what you say. I'll come back to that. Remember, sir, top 5 regions now, me dibu bono. And I told you, sir, regions, ni na 5, ni na kabuma. NPP strongest hold, you know, one figures are now will be around 7 million, okay, in terms of voter population. But unfortunately, sir, 5, no. You look at this place, Eastern Ashanti, Ahafo, Northeast, Ababeka Honsese, for them, which we predicted. And see, 4 regions right now belonging to the new Patriotic Party. Now, beginning from up north, you have Upper East, Upper West, Northern Savannah, you have Oti region, you have Bono East, you have Bono, now turning green, okay? Which is quite surprising per this. Bono are turning green. Now, Western North is already green, 9 constituencies in this particular region. NDC are taking 8 out of the 9. The region, but I'm map in the answer to was. Okay, but many now, Tobuas, I want to show Ghana for something. And see, I told you, NPP strongholds. Navrebon, Ahafo region, Ashanti, Bono region. Okay, so tabulation now, calculations, you know, we realized that by the previous data, NPP was winning the Bono region almost in every subsequent election. But in this time round, one more Lucy. But we predicted, say Bono ne become automatically. Now in the Western region, we were saying, say, per the trends, the new Patriotic Party, has won several times from the Western region. But again, I told you, say, activities bebrenano ankoso ewo region dormant. Now, as I speak to you, 17 constituencies. The NPP has won only 2 in the Western region. Now, everybody, I cannot say. So it tells you clearly, baby, about 1 year, the Westerners, were so much angry with the fact that mobile development be ankoso interchange bakwa moka say mo ye wo ajip runabout e dia maye no interchange no so a eno so akaho. But fortunately for Kobi Ochremensa, the regional minister Ananka Mepesu Olusu no Watimia maintaining the seat no Takrade constituency itself. And that is for him. But Takrade metropolis in Sida say yatoaba na within the Takrade metro no constituency say woman nyina no NDC agini nyina. Typically an NPP dominated metropolis. But this time round, Ediamani nyina no asesa. So these were the 5 topmost regions now. Bono is gone, Western is gone, but you still have Ahafo. And also Eba for the NPP, and then the Eastern and the Ashanti. So clearly, that is what has happened. Now, take me back to the map. So in just about 16 regions, Nana, you can arguably say the NDC has won 12 major regions, okay? Out of the 16, Upper West, Upper East, Savannah, Northern region, Bono East, Oti region, Volta region, Greater Accra, Central region, Western North, and then Bono region. So that is what has happened. And in case you didn't know, as of this morning, this is the map of Ghana. And across the country, everywhere is green, and it's a massive victory for the National Democratic Congress. And this is how now now we'll take you to the past. Na afeya region momfamenko software no eso na yenhwe enkomo ni bi emfri ho nana. We are going into the past elections, the 2016, the 2020, and even to a far extent the 2012. The ebaye na afeya hwese figures ni bi a eba no omo appreciate ye womo nso decline in terms of voting no any numbers are ebaye no. We will take you through surely na afi watimi ehu the air koso the margins ni nyina no enie. So stay with me na yemfa eno no emre osisia. It's Culture Tonight, and this is Kessben. Pacho, we're joining you live on 92.9 and Afi 93.3 Kessben TV. You're live across the country and Afi Asida TV, Kessben Plus. Nina no, I don't pay Uchi live. Was so now paying be sending me message. I've been making card. Quite interesting. Yes, you would do Kumasi Montin Sunina Ayedi and Abisio. Dintia Ayedi Payina sending me the response to it. That Mekani no head amount surely. These are the figures we've been working with all this while, and we have all the records of a year, the previous elections as a country. We'll take you through that data, not surely. Now, share some of the major constituencies. Now, yetimi ene wo edi ho enkomo. Now, you come to a year 2016. Osha 2016 figures no, we will come to that for you surely. Now afi yetimi ene wo edi eho enkomo. Now region no, at every point in time you realize that regions no bebrena no are appreciated in terms of figures. Already no, you know how 2024 the no esi etie, and for that reason no ubetimi eho the reason tia trends no accord the way yetimi eho ne say. Now osha a year both presidential and then parliamentary. Now let's look at a year presidential in Ahafo region in 2016. This is how in the entire Bono enclave, because by 2018 a year cheche regions no a mono, but we have the data specifically because wouldn't constituency, okay, you put it together informing the Ahafo region. The data is equally there. You said previously before 2018 and another danko ekufuado eba power abechiche eye regions ni mono, we still had some constituency here. You put it together to form the Ahafo region. So if you want to know the data for 2016, you must as well go back to those constituencies. Now, as 47 minutes after 8, you are live on Kessben TV, Asida TV, Kessben FM 92.9, Kessben 93.3. Now, this is what we are talking about. And the constituencies are forming a year the Ahafo region. In 2018, President Akufo-Addo decided say obetite regions no emono. Now we put those constituencies together. Remember, the constituencies are they are forming the Ahafo region. So far, no year war about. So we have six constituencies forming the Ahafo region. Now, as we speak, in this year's election, NDC are taking 5 major constituencies out of the 6 Ahafo region. Now, 6 constituencies are they forming a region. No, okay, kasa 6 constituencies no ebom na opeke omo elections data ebaye in 2016. This is how the presidential elections felt. Now in 2016, the total registered voters are now Ahafo region was 304,576. Then you look at the percentage of vote NDC etimi enya plus what the NPP had. So in 2016, NDC enya 98,071. The New Patriotic Party came in with 122,790. Then the other parties were able to garner a year 2,106. And this data is for 2016. Total valid vote in 2016 was 222,967. Then the total percentage of voter turnout a buyer in 2016. Aha and a bema who said this time round, turnout, was it low? Was it high? You're picking on regional basis as the result for 2024, Egusua Urban, so that so you compare those data to the very ones then we'll be able to decide. Say, I mean, for 2024, ebia one more participate here, one more appear better abano. Indeed, said the year kase will form near the we can be able to understand it better. And that is it. Total turnout in that region for 2016 was a year 73.2. The turnout for the NDC for the NPP was a year 32.2, and that is what actually transpired. Now, over a year parliamentary DNO, you will be able to understand the way a money AC Ekoye. So the NPP versus the NDC parliamentary, you are looking at somewhere 46.5% and then 52.8%. So what it tells you is that, Nana, arguably, as we have told you, say in the past, the New Patriotic Party, used to win the Ahafo region. I mean, the 6 major constituencies are Yakekambom and they form the Ahafo region. Indeed, it is reflecting in what we are seeing here. And then per the total voter population. Now, we can go from constituency to constituency, but we just want to give you a general overview of what has happened. Typically, the Ahafo region, was for the New Patriotic Party. But this time round, the NDC has been able to flip it. Even in a major election like 2016, you see how our data, AC Echo, any voter, the NPP had over 118,000 as against 104,000 for a year parliamentary. Okay, candidate at the Boma. Say, you break it down a year constituency by constituency per this particular data then you will be able to understand the conversation we are having this morning. Ubetimi at the wadwin training at the aba yabeji na yakinkai ni at the amount. Now let's come to the Bono region, because it's equally part of conversations are a buyer. Now let's deal with the presidential for the Bono region. Indeed, it was part of new regions are created here from the Brong Ahafo region itself. So you have the Bono East, the Bono region itself, and then the Ahafo region. Now for 2016, now we are looking at how the data is. 2016, clearly the figures are making it clear to you, say the New Patriotic Party won the Bono region. Okay, we predicted, say, per the 5 strongest base and now strongholds of the New Patriotic Party are near the Kosa Batu Wemono. Arguably, Nankese say NPP etimi e winning the Bono region. Now, Uba. In 2016, we had a total registered population of 592,232. The NDC in 2016, Oka regions na constituencies na a former Bono region no ebomwa. Now the NDC was able to garner a year 155,173. Now the reasons here I keep repeating say Oka constituencies ni bom no is because of the fact is prior to the 2016 elections, not yet one region, okay? And the Ahafo, the Bono East, and then the Bono region itself, not Yakani and Sanina Abum. Nanado, a winning 2016 election, I saw any in 2018, and was started say Ochiche regions, no emo. But before that, what I'm saying is that before that, constituencies are they forming those regions, okay? Now you're talking about Hodada. Na the American what you say enti Osha constituency na ye dia forming region na woka omo election records any omo data no eboma, you will still be able to understand how many people voted in 2016. I mean per the number of constituency yakika bom and their forming region no. And I'll tell you the numbers shortly. Now I've told you say I have 6 constituencies enti Bono region were 12 constituencies, and then we are even told say as we speak, the NDC has taken 11 out of 12. 81 11 seats in the Bono region. Now, Nana, what it tells you is that automatically, you know, and yet surprising, say NDC etimi aflepe the Bono region. And 592,232. NDC made 155,173. Then the NPP 243,954. And definitely, no, it was typically a blue region. Only said this time round, you know, the NDC has been able to take it. And this is the previous data from 2016, indicating, say, I mean, Yetuaba in the Bono region, the NPP was winning, especially when it comes to 2016. Now I'll come back to 2020 data, no, and so then you get to understand that was the last election and sana yaba into the 2024 year. Now you'll be able to understand the reasons here. I mean, data no air code this way. In 2016, the wind of change was equally blowing everywhere. Okay, and see, I have original NPP winning in 2016. No, don't be surprised. The Bono regional woman winning in 2016. No, do not be surprised. I mean, said the ACNA in 2016, there was the massive test for change. And you know, I mean, obviously, you could see so most of the regions, you know, the New Patriotic Party as well won all of them with some 60.4% as against the performance of the National Democratic Congress, 38.4%. And arguably, no, by 2016, the Bono region was equally a blue region for the New Patriotic Party. Then you come to a year, the Bono East itself. Now, you share the data for 2016 presidential. Okay, the Bono East in 2016 voted massively for the NDC. So arguably, Senate may form the 5 strongest hold of the New Patriotic Party coming into this election. Now, for Bono East and for the New Patriotic Party. Okay, because even in 2016, at the time Nkrofo airpay change, you know, Bono East still went ahead and voted for the NDC, and the figures are showing 520,453 registered voters are now a voters register. So as at 2016, even though na Ghanaians were looking for change, NDC was able to make 189,086 out of the 520,000 and now one more a year voters register no so then comes the New Patriotic Party making 164,176. So arguably in 2016, even though people were calling for change, John Mahama NDC Lucia that particular election, yet they still won the Bono East region in terms of presidential results, making 52.8% as against the performance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo making 45.9%. And sena ye kwa abatuo we mu automatically you should be able to know, sir, one of the regions ababe favorite for the NDC, you know, the Bono East region. And that is that for 2016 data. No, we can as well go on for the other regions. But you can't catch us, share analysis now. You have the Bono region, you have the Ahafo region, you have the Eastern and all of that. But per what you have seen, the reason here and the Bono region, Aflepeno, is what you are seeing from our data here in our studio. But what joining in your air 92.9, which here live, and a year 93.3. So we can as well do that for the other year regions. Now let's come to the central region, a very critical region going into this election. 2016, automatically they voted for the New Patriotic Party in terms of presidential election. So the NDC versus the New Patriotic Party presidential result for 2016, NDC was able to do 44.5%, NPP a year 53.7%. As at the time, now one more total registered voters of 1,413,138. Okay, this is for the central region, a very swing region. NDC made 405,262. NPP made 496,668. And that's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 was the presidential candidate for the NPP. 2016, I mean, went for the NPP. As to how our NDC are managing a flip it from 2016 and 2020, March 2024, regional ababedi wamo aside, you know, will tell you some of the dynamics ebia a contributed to that. Now I feel yetimi ene wo edim ho enkomo. And this is how in 2016 the central region voted. I just want to show you the data. Now I feel watching ehu na yetimi edi ho enkomo. Now let's go to Ashanti. Now in 2016 presidential, Ashanti region 76% for the New Patriotic Party. But the question I hear beside is anopeya ye kasei, will the NPP be able to make 70% even in the Ashanti region per the result are Ebayana? Okay, the commitment levels. Now I want you to see these figures because you call 2020 the you see the performance of the region. Now you compare Ebisa say yes Asante fu MP Nkotoaba into NPP for LUC over some 2.1 million votes. But we'll ask ourselves and see is it truly the case? Now, even in 2016, voter population and Ashanti region was 2,885,061. Now, not a new 3 million now, one more in 2020 and then 2024. Now, in 2020 and 2024, voter population no issue from 2 million about 3 million ranges, okay? And then you are still seeing an improvement when it comes to the total voting population and what the Ashanti region. At the end of it all, NDC made 492,432. NPP made 1,646,964 in Ashanti region in 2016. And I don't know Ebabe contributed to the fact that John Mahama Elusu 2016 election by some 1 million votes. I mean, clearly, you could see the voter difference okay, in the Ashanti region. Now, about 2020, we will see, and then we will ask whether the NDC performed well in 2020. Now, I face our performance now, whether or not it be an improvement be abba. Okay, in the 3 subsequent elections, then you can be able to understand the data. So, the general performance overall, 76.4% for the New Patriotic Party, and then 22% for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Now, we know I am interested. So, now, in 2016, the voter turnout in Ashanti region was 74.6%. But you're for no two team natural to home mommy, okay? Because they say party microphone matis and microphone post microphone so air through social media. Say Ashanti phone and PM Metuaba, okay? So the turnout is very, very important. Now, if you had a turnout of 74.6% in 2016, you remember 2020, now you should figure a buyer in terms of turnout, okay? Now, if you a declare result for 2024, we are who total turnout for the regional, then we can make a better assessment of the fact to say Asante for Pie Betuaba and now one more Betuaba entina ama de akosino yehuno a day. And that is it. So we share a year the valid vote cast for a year 2016 krana. You have a total registered voter population of 2,885,000. Okay, 85,061. But the valid vote cast is equally 2,154,616. So obviously, you should be able to understand, sir, the voter turnout was very massive for 2016 in terms of a year Ashanti regional vote. And that is that for the Ashanti region. Now, ma yemra a year the Eastern region, because arguably, and also member up. Definitely. So in 2016, Eastern region, the NPP's performance was 62.8%. Then as against the NDC, 36.8%. Voter turnout in Eastern region, the region of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, okay, in 2016 was 66.8%. But this time round, Nana Addo is no longer the candidate for the New Patriotic Party. And Yabeshe said epoye mantem for no kwan a wo mo fa so pie in 2016 ebeto abade ma na ado no wo mo de saa ho keka no e de call 2024 election yi mu ana. Now when we are able to fish out the overall turnout for 2016 and 2020, then we can make a general conclusion. Na obi ant na ni fie amfa so bo na ankobo obi se obi na anya adwuma. Okay, adwuma ni nyina no ye but ye wie ye no mo nso asese boto aba no mu pie koto aba na data no ana beche. Now ma yemra eye greater, so obviously Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 etene Eastern region no blue, and it is still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Ma yemra eye the Greater Accra region, the swing region a decided election way. In Greater Accra, total turnout in 2016 was 64.7%. 64.7%. As at the time, so from 2016, na Greater Accra, I hit the 3 million mark in terms of voter population. Until Osha had 3,077,633 for Greater Accra. The NPP won Greater Accra in 2016. Now they were able to make 52.4% as against NDC doing 46.6%. In terms of real nominal figures, Odeba numbers Muan Kasa, NDC enya 928,169 votes for Greater Accra, whilst Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was able to cross the 1 million mark. Okay, so 1,044,472. And this is a year 2016. Siyakase ye ko a year regions because of the time. But I mean, these are the critical regions. Now I will take you to the voter region. Now the general performance, which is a stronghold of the NDC for 2016. Then you get to equally understand the way our performance is in 2016. So in 2016, I mean, arguably, the NDC was able to do 87% in the voter region. As at the time, now the total registered voters are the voter region was 940,371. Okay, so NPP as against the NDC, the NPP was able to do 60,802. whilst the NDC did 493,141. And that is that. But the voter turnout, okay, even in 2016, for voter region was 59.8%. And what you say? And he obeti say, yes, you are going to phone so and tuaba in 20. You see, when the things happen like this, data no honoma, it does not lie because figures no show clearly. Yes, you are going to phone and tuaba, one more MP, and no count bintina, NDC and me, and we need 2016. Indeed, unya a total turnout of 59%. Now, I think say a average performance. Okay, so the question of one said that MP, for me, it didn't really click. It was just a matter of the fact to say Ghana for the donor no more change in 2016. Because if you are doing a little over 50% of a total turnout, I mean, clearly. But we are coming to 2020. Now, I think you share a year the 2020 figures, dynamics, for a year, the mede amount and no pay. So we'll begin with 2020 because we are already in the voter region. So in 2016, Nana, anyway, the data is proving me wrong to a far extent. In 2016, they did 59% in terms of turnout. But 2020, there was a 77.3 total turnout in the voter region. So it means that this time around, votarians will appear in their numbers. What you say? And that was the time I know why your boy say 1% NDC back in 2020, and that was the time and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo so covered by political parties ni bebre kwanya anye campaign. Na now be kai 2020. So man said that anye campaign na 90 monocra you were able to do 77.3%. So what actually happened in 2016 munya only a 59% turnout. Yes, in 2016. So clearly, I mean, you could see. But here, total registered voters. 924,123. NDC making 606,424 as against the New Patriotic Party 101,084. For 2020. And 2020 data no animation, but show 2016, just so you get to know and understand. And now your software do breaking it down at the mount. Per the tabulation, you see, sir. NDC turned out was 65.6% in terms of raw figures, or they compare. Then the NPP did some 10.9% in a year, the voter region in 2020, but generally 77% in terms of turnout. Okay, now let's do the Ashanti region, which is also the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. Now, what transpired in the Ashanti region for the year 2020. So the NPP did 72%, which is a decrease from the 2016 one.
From 76.
So from 76 performance a year in 2016. Now you are back to 72%. So we a serious political party, and what it means is that even in your stronghold, free 2016. But 2020, within that 4 years, what drop it even in terms of numbers in your region, which is your stronghold, okay? Our party, ought to have known and work on it. The reason, and it's not a party are setting in. Na now, guys, yet na kaye, edi nkomo ka say, na do aban yi buy, you almost said that nye bibia was santimantemo. What you say? And Crawford try, and it's reflected in the 2020 election. Asantefo ni say wo buy and wonye bibia ma wo mo enti 76% no mo de ma wo in 2016 no wo mo adwalai apati no efrase ana set in, yet party no entimi anye bibia amfa ho ama apati no asan grow further, and this is what you are seeing na enti ukra 2016 76%. Na aban no wa party wa aban mu na wo kopre wo second term I say wo stronghold say why you adwuma pa wo mo kra na say pie larger in their numbers no mo beto aba no edema, rather you are performing retrogressively from a year or previous performance wunyaye. Okay, and NDC in 2016 in Ashanti region in 22%. They performed better in 2020 in Ashanti region, giving them 26%. So the question is that what was happening? Is it the case that NDC any almost strategies very well in Ashanti region between a space of 4 years from 2016 to 2020? What you say? Say a transitional. Meanwhile, no they compare. Okay, the NPP did not perform any better in the voter region. Now they make cannot just say. And every election year, biano. From data no 2016, we share NPP percentage womunya in voter vis-a-vis the omunya in 2020 form. But the NDC was performing better because in 2016 they did 22%, but in 2020 they have done 26.5%. So what is the reason? One stronghold though, but more party executives did not sit down to do all this analysis. And they just felt that, we are there, Ashanti region there, and a year party nefunuma, just as they say it every time. But the people are simply telling you. And you see, by 2020, Nana, the reason here NDC was invading Ashanti region was the fact that John Mahama coming from 2016 to 2020 could point at certain things. Now, Obekaya Nana 2020 election oko otumfo na okita paper. While listing a niema oba abaimono wo ye edima Ashanti region. And arguably Saadi no to Crawford trim, so you clearly see say the numbers in Ashanti region was improving. And me, I will not be surprised if after say you did 2024 results in the NDC will do over 30% in Ashanti region. Then you ask yourself that the executives now moto abadema womu party panyimfo a wo bedi ministerial position in Ashanti region ewo Nanado aban we mu no saa opportunity na wo nyaye to serve in Nanado's government no ekwan ben so no de bo Asante man. What you say? So before you open up your mouth to make the argument, you should be able to understand how our figures, is it here. You should be able to do that. Now, a year 2020, a total turnout, okay, which the numbers were even going up from the previous data, which is 2016. Now you are doing 81.5 total percentage in terms of voter turnout. It means that 2020, Asantefo PA in their numbers to come and vote for you. But I don't know how reflected in your percentages are wunya. Okay, it's rather Asantefo PA and it rather favored the NDC for them to move from 22% in 2016 to 26% in 2020. So what it means is that as we speak, so Juma NPP ni NDC NDC is improving on yearly basis. Okay, every election year they are improving in the Ashanti region. From the previous 3 dates are you winning now, but we will come to the subsequent one because the need. One more just certain seats in the Ashanti region are ABC da. And the numbers game. We'll look at how John Mahama performed in those constituencies. The NDC has been able to win in the Ashanti region. Previously, NDC 4 seats, yes, 3 or 4. But this time around, look at it. They are doing about 7 to 8 seats in the Ashanti region. Okay, and what it means is that ministers, they didn't help your region. So today, if you are losing in your region and the people fail to come out in Ashanti region, don't blame anybody. And you could be an blame blame Stephen in team. The people who are from the region who had the opportunity say one more serve wa buy mono, one more fasa opportunity na near Juma ma party no our region. One more to mojeje mu thinking say one mu baby ani mu be kasa mu de mu ye fie for mu beto aba. But things are beginning to change per the data you are seeing. Okay, and to the poor performance of the New Patriotic Party, and as what you see, funny enough, Saniama Wenyina did not inform them. And to one take his steps. Last minute here, young spend 2 weeks. Nana, I was Santi region. Last minute here, young for giddy you see, and your Casanti at your you must pick the figures, analyze it. Now all the same figures no back to the drawing board. Now what's nase more adaptive strategies. Okay, we are buying we serious. So pursue ye baby man stronghold. Also by 5 interchanges. Nana, what to the last 2 years of your government? 6 years a tremuko. A fair na wako cut sword. Ubabese project as. Everybody make an yes. 2 years. Mawa banya tremuno. A fair wako cut sword. Ube raise funding. What the best supporting the completion of those projects. Okay? Sikane beko ebeba, sikasema ye basa, ye ko IMF aba, muntwen, swami interchange ye besha siye na ebufuo no pile up because the people do not no longer have the patience to wait some baby papa be adi amawo. And arguably, I mean that is what you are seeing in the result. A free Ashanti region and that is what is reflecting. You ask yourself, say, regional executives in what region Nimono, Quaben, Womofa, so Tenasi analysis of the very things are not happening with Santimantem. And now it was just the mere rhetoric who had the EBFA, and this influence. Now you see, Omoka Sani Ginano, your voter registration exercise be NDC for them making sure, say, one more Tromonco for one register. And what about the New Patriotic Party? And this is how you are seeing it. I mean, clearly, it is like that. Now, let's come to a year Greater Accra, and then we go to a year the Eastern region. Now, Greater Accra. Now, look at the numbers. Okay, so interestingly, this is the national capital. You won Greater Accra in 2016, but in 2020, the NDC won Greater Accra. What transpired? A DNC, as at that time, now voter population no as increasing. Now they are doing 3,529,182. Okay, this figure this time round in 2024, Greater Accra has still improved their voter population with over 200,000 more votes. And I told you, sir. Because of vote, no air cost through Debia, now Nkrofo migrating from other regions to Greater Accra. So what your party now I'm wondering and Kosua Hansua. I mean, virtually Ubelusu this particular region. Okay, so now from 3,529,000 to 182. Now they are doing a little over 3,700,000 and over for Greater Accra. So total turnout in 2020 was 72%. Now, the NPP did 48%, a total flop from successor Munyaye in 2016. So in Greater Accra, so a DNC, okay, more development be our and a DNC. National Cathedral, Manana Muko to before Kramoko Kati short, more a lot of events. Ye promotion, more the donation numbers to her, okay? Ekazo on donating Yensia Sordai, Emma Yankopon. Okay? Mububu. I mean, a lot of projects. People were watching. The NDC was using that as a campaign tool to say, baby, a more cited project in the crown, it is wrong in the first place. But Monty, and this is elite regional. I mean, they analyze issues before they cast their ballot. And I mean, presumably, OSHA valid vote cast for 2020 out of the 3 million, the total valid vote cast was 2,568,225. NDC did 1 million. In the previous election, they were around 900,000. Now don't quite cross the 1 million. Not from 900,000, no, okay, what Timia beat you up. Ababenya 1.3 million. So 1,305,850. Now the figures now would in 2016 no improvement be answered that. So the question is that from 2016 na we win abano. Eba besi 4 years or first 4 years we try one year bibia to please the Greater Accra region. Nkofo e waha na. Okay? Dedeni nyina no so aha na sha ase free. Now these are how the figures are playing out. Now, ma one who data no said the analysis of it ni nyina no esitie. Na bremu na mintiebo ansa da makọ the central and then the bono and then the half for
me fatwa so
me fatwa so we know but what church I mean but you join the line
how to pick something from
Facebook. So this is how our dynamics ni nyina no esitie. Okay, as we speak, there are 34 constituencies in the Greater Accra region. Ask yourself today, say, Emuahe and NPPA, etimi eweni. Enti what the who say 2016 who perform better in the region. 2020 who vote no so decline. Any serious political party, and everyone should be asking themselves to say, at the end, you better you be my vote no improving. Okay, but this time round, what sounds so declining poorly. So what it means is that party nimpending for no appointees, data will crowd one more fine prior to this election. That is what it means. Because the 1 year Juma in 2016, a winning region with over 1.2 million votes. John Mahama was around 900,000 votes. Now, what Timmy Abe reducing marginal would it be in 2016, Abe Mount another 100,000 votes difference in this same region. And so the question I'm asking is that between 2016 and 2020, party no near buying more near Jumabia Wahana. But if you were really paying attention to some of these figures, you could have implemented certain things at least a baby one crofo kakra. A bit is a fool. Okay? People will tell you so, Nana, did they buy a Biane Boyede? Emma Akotoko Nkrasi, the former Greek minister. Oko Nkrasi kwato to baire edibegu ministry ha ebe bi market wa ha no waton sa de na free fa neighbor Greater Accra. Everybody we cannot just say. So the Greater Accra residents were telling you say cost of living in this particular region are very expensive. And what was the Abine's deliberate policy to be able to curb some of those things? There was no solution. You just left it. We thought say the fanciful ones now they be the only thing that Greek minister did was that encrophobi na share the before na wo mo pem faso dodo no ana share da enti yaye planting for food and jobs enti mayenko nkurase. Okay, me yenko techiman yenko soa baire engu tracks mu nana me yemfamra Messi Ministry of Agric na yemie mini mat ewo ho ope baire ne body abraho beto. Was that really the solution you could have preferred for that particular challenge? Okay, so I mean clearly party the mistakes are buying mistakes. And your Dr. Bawumia are buying ankasa mistakes. Na do danko ekufuado ni appointees ni ministers ni mistakes and the mo abedu baby e the mo ababedri. Because a more share and along the line aban no ye de ye no na party for no hwe figures no ni data no na wo mo choose okay yen check we kakra yen fa police we mehye ha na we ni yen sesa kakra na trends ni sesa kakra arguably so one perform better cry no it wouldn't be so abysmal as we are seeing this morning. Not 34 seats in this entire region, you are just getting about 4 seats to 5 seats. Or strongholds are a war region where munina and this yajinina. Then the question is that a Juma Ben now, yeah, 1 year Jumabia, obviously. And that is a year the greater Accra region for you. And this is 2020. Now the NDC has performed better, even better in 2024. So we're still waiting for the Electoral Commission say one more ebe declare 2024 election result. Not yet but we can say because we seat NDC AG in the greater Accra region, it tells you clearly. And I told you on the eve of election, okay, me catcher will say, share constituencies to know. Why will be winning more constituencies? This time, and yes, skirt and blouse. Your two parliamentary candidate now a better transition into the presidential result, and that is what you are seeing in the greater Accra. So the fear is that 50% are even in 2020, no, because more. But opposition party, it's me we need the national capital in the previous election. Okay, one more nearby mo or implementing policies. And today the best in tier. A better man improve the performance in the subsequent election. You see, you can't simply be more. Most of your pekasa, the what color that. But I don't know your case. No crime, you make the actual. Okay, yet you grow man. I've been catch them say and sasia moji free and crying. I him for ninsem. Okay, I buy mu penny we ba no de ne pe. Na won fom sase won cry ha ebufuo no you catch them with a moko cantonment, moko chado, nanansa stories are in the yanya wo studio has it. You are taking lands, a government lands, a buying sass, more GD free nananomonse, ebufuono they are talking to their people to vote against you. Oko chado and sasi anamojiji, cantonment in sasi anamojiji, they sign ordinances, edin fans asina, sa emra esesha fa hunina, I spy are by now, kesese mutuya royalties. Edima nananoma muntuya, ministers na fa ho e fa sansasi a mo fom sansasi ni nyina. The people of the greater Accra region will punish you. And indeed, and even with the individual citizens, okay, obi koto na sas yes we abebu dan egu wa be fa asase no we akoye say langas sem. These are basic things. This is what has transpired. Apart from economic difficulties, and the party ababedru baby edri. Now let's do the central region for 2020. Now I member that I've reported. So now the central region. So NDC lost that particular region in 2016, and then in 2020 they still lost in central region. So again, there's Cynthia. Okay, NDC Asanso a flippy the central region. Now I'll give you the numbers from the central region. So we have 23 constituencies in the central region. Out of the 23 constituencies, NPP had a comfortable majority. Now NDC is doing 18 seats in the central region. What it means is that NPP will only get 7. Okay? Or 6 constituencies. Yes. No, even 5. Yes, 5 constituencies because 23, 18 out of 23. So they will only do 5 constituencies in the central region. Okay? You see, Nana, central region became a standpoint. And the last time you mentioned it, the NDC SSR Haruna Idrusu Ekofa Atoforsen, okay? Atoforsen became the minority leader. Majority leader as party in power is Afenyo Markin, also from the same region. Okay? Nano Pokuachima from the central region. Kennedy Japan from the central region. I mean, a one-time presidential aspirant, Anfa man. But what has really happened in the central region? You promised the central region for the Mubesi port. Port was a harbor, Ewoho, Edia Mawomo, and Kosiaga. Nanado's on the promise here, but Umia's on the promise central region is gone for the new Patriotic Party. Central region. Now, if you look at the figures, now 2020, you did 52.3% as a party in power, NDC did only 45% in Central Region. So the NDC lost Central Region in 2020 and then in 2016. Those major elections, Nina. This time round, attending in the Central Region. And per map now, will now come back to that. Official map now, now. As at this morning, even before Electoral Commission ever declare result, the NDC has already won the Central Region. So that is what it is. A total turnout of a year 74%, as at the time where total registered voters stood at a year 1,567,963. The NPP doing 609,281 as against the NDC 533,623. Okay, and see, this is how the Central Region equally looks like. Now you have 1 million in Central Region. You have a little over 3.5 million also in the Greater Accra region. So 3.5 plus 1.5. Okay, you are almost doing over 5 million voter population just for the two regions. And you tell me, sir, one pay much attention to both the Central and the Greater Accra region. Whilst knowing, sir, what these are two regions, the Boma, or voter population a little over 5 million. So what were the strategies going into the election? Stay with us. Results, but we just wanted to do a forecast of this. Now, what me are rationalizing here, they were figures no data no any. I mean, this is not our data. This is a data from the Electoral Commission's own, result we declare in the past. And if you go online and check all these things, ubetimi ehu ada yetimi aye tabulations in no at the amount, just so you get to understand, baby are you free, any baby are yaba bedroom. And what it means is that o wa ban mu, o ye party wa ban mu, tie some trophy e kan okre e wo Kessben. That is it. Because if you get people womu ye gatekeepers won be hwe anima kan okre na kire na everybody womu ma me sycophantic spelling. I said the kan de bia boss mam kakra nko didi nti omu ntimi nka no kra ne mfa nkyere wa all the time no you will be able say wo kọ wanim no obi wo wachi a wo check him out say and that's a boy say me san ba mechi be correct niema monthie and then now you've gotten to where you are. We will not blame you so much, but I just want the Ghanaian people and people for now are disappointed and no pay no figures in ye mo paying for nim they have it wo mo anya ho hwe abinding nim wo mo anya ho hwe appointees amunya wo mo in Central Region wo mo anse da anya de papa bia. Ask me and tell me in the last 8 years developmental project in power NPP media call the Central Region massive. Compared to the NDC's 8 years, Cape Coast Stadium, Kotokraba Market, and a lot more of because the project you can feel and touch. Okay, and see, Obesi region nimwa. Obet me actually was a me buy, and these are the tangible projects. Me ye edimao. Didn't actually say, peme, wasakeme, ama meko. But your buy, no show no so dear no why the amount. And these are the game, how we play the politics. And see, if you are able to understand some of these dynamics, then clearly, ubetimi hu baby problems and the challenges ever. And yes, simple the fact to say NPP and said that you homework ye. Womu wa buy mu yanko jibini yenye say yenje contract. And no was far more important to them. Ntanya me nwanwa ene ye omulusu ye. General Secretary be address media no kra no. Executives are kadi na adwane every no. As if so no nko an ekọ ọkọ no. As if so no nko an ekọ ọkọ no. As if so no nko an ekọ you. Okay? As if so no nko an party delegate no eto abade man say womra medi party denim. As if so no nko an. Okay, you don't do that. Next time, when the opportunity is given, some of these things will critically will have to be looked at so that a bit more progress as a political party. 33 minutes after 9, this is Election Avenue on Kessben March. We did a Kwame appear, could be Mr. Speaker. Now, my member was we've done a yeoman's job. Now far, we will not keep our mouth shut unless the communicators were here. And I was getting microphone. And I said, "Yeah, the dada no, sir, you better know, Bibian who best and you can trust us. You who are your Becca." o correct here ebeboa one correct here result a wo hu na no pay ebeboa nkro bom daachi nana mami nchi o na
why mama mo sa mo bla ni suo mama why mo bla ni suo mama na mo bla ni juice ni bi why adwuma pa congratulations. Congratulations. Yes Kwame me bo other regions me fa just two pe na my boss so kakra bi then I move on adwuma de why ni na Kwame se okọ baby ti say voter region. Voter region, I think that the strategy Fifi Kwete and the tribal politics worked. Kwame, it worked.
Yes,
that it worked because all the figures new to done.
Yeah,
I was particular about the turnout.
Okay,
because we made to understand say because they did not come out to vote in the 2016, which election. They did 59%.
Yeah, 59.
As compared to 2020 in 77.3.
Yes, exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
And 36 and but listen to me. If you watch the figures carefully, you realize that the 2016 59%.
Yeah.
Turnout in the voter region. NDC dropped 4%.
Okay.
Yes, they dropped 3 point something percent. Sorry, 3 point something percent. And 2020, the 2020 turnout was 77.36%.
Yes, and now they are
yet NDC dropped. You understand?
Yeah.
They did not appreciate in terms of percentage. As for the numbers there, they appreciated their numbers because at that time, no, near registration, 80 NPP moved from 70 something thousand to 100 and something thousand. You understand?
101,000.
101,084. And NDC
for 2020.
Yes, and NDC free
606,000.
Yes, you get me. But also percentage wise now, the last two elections I in now from 2016 and 2020 as compared to 2012 done what no NDC had dropped 6%.
Okay, in terms of percentages. Okay.
You understand? Despite that, the turnout of 2020 they dropped.
Okay.
It means that Akufo-Addo did something in voter region.
Okay, Nana Meba, so 2020, in terms of raw nominal figures, you are looking at 606,424.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, check it two figures for both NPP and NDC, no, Emma. Now, you share 2016, no. Okay, now yentimi and striking the percentage.
Okay,
between the two results.
So watch the 2020 to 2016.
Okay, so this is the 2016 exactly.
Okay,
exactly. So 493,000. Okay, a movie cost 606,000. Medium. So what's
aye.
Then 60,802. A movie cost 110,000.
Exactly.
Okay. So you can look at the differences.
Check the percentages. They check the percentages.
Yes.
Good. So it means that and the 2022 they dropped. When you take development, Kwame, at a point, also from 2016 to 2020, Akufo-Addo to show me say these are political party but you are not getting anything from there. So a lot of development Akufo-Addo call voter region. Emma translated to votes in 2020. So NDC dropped again in 2020. Kwame, from 2020 to 2024, I can tell you that the voter region and your almost fair share of development. I'm telling you, Kwame, when it comes to roads, because sir, 12,000 kilometers of roads in Kwame, a chunk of them are voter region, which the voter regional House of Chiefs. Some of the chiefs need be about testify say there's a massive road infrastructure development in the voter region. Aside that, when you go to the communities, you will see the astrotapes.
Exactly.
You understand? Stadiums. Hohoy East. Obusi the Dime. A year omode the offshoot just named it. Adome Bridge. Reconstruction. How it is on and on and on. But yet, Sekaname expect to say NPP Belusu voter regional. It shouldn't be massive like this. What we saw this year. So I can tell you emphatically clear that the flood issue, the statement Akufo-Addo making on.
Yeah.
NDC took advantage of it to do the tribal politics, and it worked.
And this time around, in the voter region, it's 18 seats over 18 seats.
18 seats over 18 seats. I'm not even particular about the 18 seats.
The presidential.
Yeah, the presidential. Because the 2016 NPP did not win any seat there. You understand?
Yes,
but they appreciated their number. So I'm not into the seats.
Okay.
The votes.
The presidential
yes.
result, you know.
And the two people did the trick. The Fifi Kwete and Okudeta Ablakwa. Ablakwa used the flood in now
to whip the sentiment.
Village, yes, the sentiment. Pay some eluti no mo be flood, person voters idea, person kunkumo, all let's talk kwame.
And who did the pa? Yeah. Compensation, credit baby was a compensation.
That's it. And you see the flooding, the communities are affected. It wasn't only one constituency.
Exactly.
Across. You get me? So Obiobe catch on say yeah politics. Come you perceive finding out what actually happened. Not Obo tribe dia or Semenka tribe. You are being stubborn. I don't get it. It is part of politics.
A play out.
A play role.
Ground hold there.
It is I know the play role. No, I play role. What do I say? Come what do I say? You want to figure out what happened Ama Akufo-Addo to me, and I say NPP to me appreciate it. Wasa from 2016-2020 they have done well. Now this time around it is being blocked. So that is that. Yes. Yes.
We mo buy no mo ameboa ye.
Yeah.
Omo abie nsuo afọ.
Yeah.
Mo niam nyina asai mo ni ba bi kura mo te. Sika se so mo de mamo na mo timi nya ba bi tina no nso a wo mo amfa. I mean these things will play out.
Yes.
Locally, who come from where home.
I'm telling you, Kwame. Now let me tell you something. Did you see Fifi Kwete in the last 2 elections, 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Debbie.
Fifi Kwete was in the voter region, doing house to house. And the statement that he made the other time, I know Kabibi say, this is the political party I would do. Kwame. And they went there to justify the reason why as a sort of to Abadima National Democratic Congress. It worked. Now you come to Greater Accra. Me say, Kwame, as for the Greater Accra day, we still have to find out what is happening in the Greater Accra. Yes. I was just doing calculations here that NDC took 1996, 1992, 1996, 2008, and 2012. And it's Omafa 2024. Kwame. NPP afa 2000, 2004, and 2016. And Omafa, yes, 2016. So 9 elections are here. NPP afamu 3 pe and NDC alpha 5. But the reason why I'm a NDC alpha 5 no Kwame. So I say change of government year biano. The party no the region SSA almost. You understand? And no nama who say NDC etimi akwa that aid because there are some a year 92 96
yeah.
Now bana
and the coordination that you
yeah so Kwame the how NDC for your fair say this region obian to me and cross that change of government here no Kwame we need to find out. And the other time I told you say all the business mugus movers and shakers in this country obia oye business bia of this country Accra.
Oh, so, yeah, that is a fact.
Yes, and they have business.
Headquarters is in our house.
Yes, they have the offshoot in Accra. So, or establishing Kumasi Kwana, Kumasi the headquarters. He has the offshoot in Accra. So, the moment and normal status say kwame e ko from pe and you see one thing we should not forget is say sadia ye ka ho asemi dollar issue ye ka ho asemi kwame ababi obebebia no ni 8 years your last 8 years no kwame the dollar no it will deceive you, will disappoint you. Your last 8 years the dollar no will disappoint you. Ultimate chini nyina ho keteke da kwame where you took it from. It is a move an inch, it affect businesses and kwame you have a problem. I think say that ten account because already be medical ka say development
agitations
yeah development President Kofobe ni Greater Accra development John Mahama President Mahama be no Greater Accra development Kufuor atwapete at Greater Accra Eden no lose Greater Accra it's about business eti no kotade no today me fa ni 3 cities obai odi bia ba betu so aba be shem ama bi kura wa triple ama ne profit na triple but on he ho
enfa ne ho
wasesa dollar no tie ni o akotade no ebi okọ wasesa dollar $20,000 and come or the outside or buy no normal akosesa dollar ne koso and na minya $30,000 and am the akọ me buy no say na $20,000 me ton a minya $7,000 profit and I say bia $10,000 profit $20,000 no me buy no say minya $30,000 me boa na me kokoshim but a big kura nei what the $20,000 coin no ebi was saying a profit of $20,000 but because of say dollar na sano kwa mo be change you
yeah on the point I will make it is here no I foresee say idea anko ye for the NPP effective communication okay yes reason no because for instance say utie Dr. Joseph Obeng Guta president oh enka ne nanka te say the old boy ye mi kura $10,000 nanka mesesa e mami ebia 1 million Ghana cedis 1 million Ghana cedis na bi etimi fa ebia 3 containers 40 feet sa 3 what you say and name me kita the same $10,000 na ebia e mami 800,000 Ghana cedis enti Wamunya breaking and NDC did well with that because every time be a no breaking. Wamunya breaking it down no me 20 pana dream say the same sika na they call na no e mane for container biensa. What you say? Okita the same sika do na ene aboa no mana for container bienu. That means we free container back. And what it means is that exchange rate ni nyeden enye.
Yeah.
Now say nipa ne make those statements the responses e be free the government machinery ne ho abano becomes a challenge. You are unable to defend it and then egusua to nkrofo adwemu sa
kwame what my dia CBB so a fantastic you know why no let me tell you something communication was very poor but you see so blame NPP communication now
no not blaming could have
no we have to kwame we have to we bet me blame o but sometimes I me feel say omo did jano so what technicalities need too much and they are not interested
exactly
because you kwame your car economy is about purchasing power
otike crowd in the image
and your purchasing power kwame bibia no hobim it is a dollar to be called from 4 cedis tell you dollar from 4 cedis about 16 cedis 7 pesos 16 cedis or the 16 cedis they make what yeah dollar near 4 cedis no Satam now you try doctor for 3,000. They make what I say.
Yeah.
Okay. And a dollar new was 16 cedis. You try doctor 105 million. Which is 10,005. So
and the salary no
yes sir. Put in agumwa only say the doctor is benefiting. You get me?
I understand your point.
Coco 4 year omutu Mrs.
Yeah.
I watched Nana Komia was doing a tabulation. And when I me borrow the akasa as we say. So bia or to or yedu cocoa na cocoa no dey business wakra. 2016, 2015. Cocoa price no ana yedema omo. Na eto bags of cement 13 13 bags of cement.
Yeah.
Na entimi to a packet of roofing sheets. Roofing sheet and entimi to me figure na kakra. But today, cocoa ina one bag no. Otonwa entimi to 33 cement bags. So it is a purchasing power. It is not where the economic indicators are going. So what the economic indicators now one communicates effectively. Obi ante wase.
Exactly.
Because we know twice here. Teacher ni anu waje 700 cedis, 2,000 cedis. Sa 2016, 2005 when the dollar was 4 cedis. Today dollar is 16 cedis. Sa teacher ni no waje 40,000, 4,000. A bit 5,000, which is 50 million. So he has the purchasing power. And a teacher in $1 and a didiga. So they are benefiting. A don't form or more shada orchestrate. Say young father and funny say. Walk of Fadiano, a beer, me cock of Fadio, Kwame Pierre Cubio. Me coffee paper, we say me ton papers. Book where me cofano 5 CDs. Me bara me beton one, me de 7 CDs. Okay, na me call you no. Yesi atoto no mem. Dollar ninti no. Ya de age 7 cedis. Enti me kofa na 7 cedis no. E don't phone man na o ye dede no. Wan fa ni 7 cedis na. What ya kwaje bia 9 cedis. And when you the profit difference to no back.
So I don't know so that can me ban. Me to argument na see here. So on that argument, you know, and I may bisa say so okay, Ghana Statistical Service, one month to month food inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
Okay, good. And to say Milo, the basic commodities.
Yeah.
Toiletries.
Yeah.
What you say? Rice, oil. And then okoye watono ebia 25 cedis. And then I remember some time ago. Now we use a very good example. Statue spray.
Yes, statue spray.
What you say?
Is it 50 cedis?
And then what 50 cedis?
Yeah.
The month-on-month rate of inflation. And now what 50 cedis? And the better abekono. And a week time abekono you see 55.
55.
Okay?
Yeah.
And see, even though within that space of 1 week, ukita o purchasing power no, but ukoye no a fall short kaka. It may not be from the government, but because of the exchange rate.
Exchange rate.
Obi also hokra na on cover between the stocks. And yema okoto from the last time to the current time now wo kwakoto niema. On cover niema fufuro bi amegu shop di mo. But for the mere fact to say what is dollar cost me so me kofa niema enti no watum. What you say? So the same old stock. And wakwakoto was shop nim. But because the allegations nene ade na ekona yentimi ntremu ye manim to nipa ni.
Poor communication.
What you say?
Obeba
no na affect you. Yeah, so that is it. So the consistency and the rate of inflation on the basic food commodities, beverages, any sani maniema no be kotoni beer, be kotoni way. I mean, when you say those kind of things, really essential commodities are will be when GMO or nom or rehumo or nom. What you say?
Say, and then my inflation
exactly
because we had the food basket no, they are consuming much because today, say me kasa me koto plasma TV kwame. Na say plasma TV no, na 1,005. Me call the plasma TV called 1,008. How many people do talk plasma TV
on daily basis?
On daily basis, you understand? And me cost say, and me shaking the food basket, no. But over the food basket, no, they are consuming the much, especially alcohol. Who got to alcohol? I mean, you have a problem. Alcohol is started say cost. You get me? As my okay, Kwame, fantastic. For say, I still have the purchasing power. I buy no minimum wage. Or the amameno. Mitimi told me pebia, but me koya do ya tutum de do mitimi told ye, by ya tutum psychologically. Me sick it me told me to home by but me say ya tutum no. Yes, Kwame. Let me jump to Ashanti region. But before that, Kwame said I make a say, ye ka strongholder. Strongholds are somewhere who analyze here. Still, no conscience in country was say, we bet me flip it.
Okay.
Everything I make a say, we should be very careful.
With the Western region.
Calling Western region and Bono region as a stronghold of NPP. They are just doing well there consecutively. Okay. You understand? Consecutively. Because NDC has won Western before. They have won Bunu before. And even the two Bunu no kwa kabomwa. The side in the kwa ahafono.
Yeah.
The two Abama NPP and the other side in the Afrocot North, which is the Bunu East and the Toma NDC. What come majority in Naboma? Bunu afuni in Naboma. You realize that NPP and Winnie be NDC and Winnie be. But you take the Bunu side which NPP are dominating.
Ochichemua.
Baby NPP and NDC and Winnie down. You don't term it as a stronghold. Because NPP winning voter region that irrespective of the BCBR since 92 winning that. They have never won Upper East and West.
Kessben.
They have never won Northern region, Savannah. They have never won Uti. They have never won Western North. They have never won say name them. You understand? So these regions, I can tell you that it is a stronghold of NDC. And then the North East Africa. It is a virgin and just a 2 election old region. But NPP are taking it in now. A year may say a whole NDC NPP stronghold for now. You get me? You take Ashanti region.
The trends.
Yes, you take Ashanti region. The NDC vote in Ashanti region endorses the voter region.
Exactly.
But there's no way that you can classify and Ashanti region as the NDC stronghold because they have never won there. Eastern region, they have won Eastern region before. 92 and 96. But the reason why you say a whole near Eastern region, who say what the tribe in and how NDC are faring there, and you be a term and say the stronghold of NPP. And no crowd some way, but Central region, Western region, Ahafo region, Bono region, swing regions. It me done. Though when you say, oh, NPP are winning bonus, but oh yeah, analysis now. Yes, oh yeah, analysis now. Now conscious catcher say, Bibi bet me see because of this and this and this. A bet me a flip it. But me bet me a analysis, and we say, NDC better well. Ashanti region, but they cannot win Ashanti region because it's not just stronghold. And today, I say NPP for the only stronghold that they have is Ashanti region, the whole Ghana, because the Eastern region, NDC are winning that. And I heard numbers now how NDC keep appreciating in the Eastern region. And then when I say one day, one election, it can tend to be like a bono.
Yeah.
Because NDC we need that.
It was so far upper mania, lower mania, and all those enclave now. NDC winning all those areas.
Yes.
As they say, crowd almost at Tia Baby Simu, Fantia Kwaside.
Good.
I feel we'll call a year the upper West Achim.
Yeah.
And then the enclaves now. They are winning. They are beginning to win.
Looks promising.
Yes.
It looks promising, say, a bit to me, sir.
Yeah.
They make what I say.
Yeah.
Then you take Ashanti region. What the example?
Now, so funny enough, the okay, yeah, no, per the record say, wahano, Eastern region were 33 constituencies. Now, NDC has been able to capture 10 constituencies out of the 33.
Just imagine. So, you see, Ufa Ashanti region, there now, Ashanti region, there. That 4 constituencies now, they are NDC a winner, and then nobody be a count. This is account here temporary.
Yeah.
You see that because it is not a circle back. You understand? They are a side. So MPP bet me a recover. Almost stronghold Ashanti region. Almost 2. No more. Now come to me. My main case as we see. Now Kabibi say 2020 elections. NPP, NDC appreciate.
Yes.
I'm a NPP dropping.
Yes, in terms of percentage.
It's a fact. NDC appreciated by 2%.
It will be from 22% to 26%.
And NPP also a drop by 4%. And you stated say, oh, Mahama ebedino 2 for no. And no more kekayano. And yes, it's a fact. But me share Ashanti region the way at and yet entirely fact. I'm not saying it's and fact.
No, I was making reference
to fact.
Previous, I'm coming. I was making reference to the previous issues I may have discussed. Okay, so I mean, in the first 6 years of the government, development.
And then I make say, Ojiro two for no or chronicle the projects in Ashanti region. Kwame,
Kessben.
A bemano a searching edge.
Okay,
but and yes significant because I knew during our adequate abekasa. She 2016 echo 2020. Yeko 2020 abano. People took me on ewo ye feni say Ashanti region. And say maybe ye NDC ni I'm the only person in NDC. I'm what Kessben set up. Cause that time no Nkofo a branded Kessben as the NDC NPP station. And the thing say maybe ye NDC ni Kwame. Me can same way say Nana do dan Akufo-Addo.
Yeah.
Ye 2020 elections no. E dey Nana obetimi dey ne start see the book akase. Me buy Ashanti region. Me buy Ghana no. Sorry, be president. Sa 1 million vote na work no. Ashanti region vote na. We sa 1 million no kwa to nchen ya. Kwame, de daso no timi timi drone NDC vote no.
Yeah.
Eya dey na betimi akase okay Ashanti region vote and a man be president. Enu nti no maye we say dia mom. Eti fancy e koto aba no 2020 na Akufo-Addo lusu ya. Aka no woni bibia wa Ashanti region betimi di sense so ade aka.
Exactly the point.
Yes, ye ka asem no Kwame. Enkofo te ase ehun se eye no kre.
Yeah, and the agitation
yes.
No start.
So eho and ye nto aba na start. Ye nto aba na start eneyo. Start 2020. Ye nto aba. Ye nto aba. And all man shall want someone can san about this. Yes, not me Kwame. Ufa Kumasi and Kraya. Obia or Ghana have been say if it since Ashanti independence in 1935, Ghana independence in 1957. The rivalry between Kumasi and Accra has been with us.
Kessben.
Okay.
Obia you cannot take any other regional capital. Now they never compare Accra. Kwame.
Yeah.
The rivalry between
compare Kumasi.
Kumasi and the Kumasi people throw Accra people and Accra people throw Kumasi people.
Yeah.
That is one. So when we take the population wiser, our population and just a little. Even Ashanti region lead the population in this country for 50 years. Answer that the Greater Accra ever overtaken the most recent Ghana Statistical Service housing and population census. So, and a court translated into the registration. So, Kwame, lucky for you as a political party, you have Ashanti region as your stronghold.
Yeah.
Imagine say Ashanti region kwaya swing region and can add this NPP be with power. Opa your calculation. I'm telling you. Kwame.
Yeah.
Say Ashanti region and your swing region. There's no way NPP bet me win election in this country. But Ashanti region, lucky for you.
Strong.
Political party, sorry, region what are your regional capital when it comes to population wise? Pen. Lucky for you, ababa your stronghold. Adena, babemwa, then you deprive such a region of development. Imagine, Kwame. That is the problem. And then, Banya causes say, I feel the Kofo and Kofo Accra baby baby Kwame. Accra yedi. Omo ma yedi na Kwame. 6 million people no as 8 million people omo akoto aba no. I can tell you say omo ma tu kwan wo ho. They said the statistics are na me di tu bia no.
Yeah.
Omo ma tu kwan wo ho. Omo ma free mu wo ho. But the majority of them were NPP people. Omo ma akoto aba. Yes, majority of them are NPP people. People. Because you what do you mean by a regional or ma president?
Yeah.
A regional ma we need power. Now on kwashabo.
Zanu na make no say what 8 years. 8 years nana. What you 6 years. O last 2 years na akano. Afei na bose bi asese ye no. Wo di humri katente ye de.
Edfa kwame. Tienye. Oko promise 5 interchanges.
Exactly.
E wa Ashanti region. 5 interchanges now promise ye no. One year now 5 interchanges no Ashanti region because of power sake say omo na ba baby abamu eti be beautify Ashanti region. Kwame nye sao, they need it. Because the traffic count from Aroga Junction, sorry, Mr. Isibuati anymore. Wow, Papa.
Yeah.
Dr. Isibuati anymore. Ekoko si etuso. Kwame eye hectic. Edua no pa kofu ye late. Kofu nam kwa ho. Look at the traffic. So the Aroga interchange na Kwame edaho from President Kofu time on the Alliance Française for a contract no. Kwame agreement no. Edaho no. No one be yes ye di be sese kumase but they need it. It is sad ye she free gym. Now be promises say obabaye. Wo promise jai eyi obi ade na wanye Amraga interchange ye hu ni say wo ye nungu ade a Kwame obi free kumase ba no be hu nungu ade no na ye trole na editim di card show say there's a rivalry on social media fitete omionu na omo trole omo and the social media buy omo dey ba enti say oba no oba be hu nungwa interchange koso what promise Amraga wonya ya Kwame obeto abetia so oba no so be hu say swami interchange what promise me was Santas roundabout wonya nye ba be ba flower pot de no ho Kwame me who see covid sikanu ho but wonya bi ye baby dia anya me had no so problem baba.
All right, hold on for me. That mean for Ato Kwame Namra. Ato Maja.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Na say.
How do you know? No way, pronounce way.
Radia don't mention me here. I don't pay for the original war Kumase.
How do you know? I'm not going to say the Sergeant I war in share so about to be so.
Boy,
I want to be able to say.
Boy, and come on.
You already know me that say. So, see, I'm not going to say the open baby. I want a dead in party say a museum. I'm a sentiment in one so account. Then I say the name say and become a kono. Almost strong good pa a sentiment in Miano. Nanka almost can get trouble anyway. Nanka be a man you could do with man. In any jubilation, I would want a course of sentiment in Mia. Now so Uncle Bassa, the trouble anyway, I and it's a man you kono, eating quinimono. Almost in the back a crabby, not a watching qua, not just say. Omo ji omani enwe fiti aye babiti se kutwi edibani nyano enwumre no na kwamo nyina aye ma amanfo eji omani pa na titru ma so de bia so abato besia so na enimpa so eji omani pa na ordina wa bla amanfo eji omani nya kwan eno mo ji nkomo ba ku mienu bi so mo se edi enti na omo eji omani sa na de obi abeka nyina ne se aye asotwe a omo de ma aye MPP amanyokuo no asotwe na ebi ni de yan de omo kanya ne se omo hwe impuntudwuma asante mantemu ya na ikasenka omo de ma asante mantemu ha omo reject asante region na omo de omo ni de kire empeso bi so ayantu aba emfa mo omo na so no mutumi ye over here interchange ahodo ho ani impuntudwuma ho a asante mantemu ya de omo anya se impuntudwuma ni bi wo ha de je se ehun hia se omo a wodi MPP amanyoko na ekọ power no ombetumi aso omo so nti eno ntina motu aba na editi omo na ebi so a ye ne omo di nkomo mo kan na se Mr. Speaker obaka se e ba se ye beyi emna sebedefo e on pese bi aso a omo se me sebedwe no akoto TV no akoto fridge no akoto enema hodo a odi che delegate for no owi eno asan mo musika e di aka ho na tmemufo no HSS delegate e be kwa jisika na watu aba de agi ni baba ko se nimpa no se san ko to ba se nitimba na wasan ko di la so ko to aba de amasa nimpa na dia enya dia abato no eno so 25 factor no so ya dia enso nam so eno so aka ho e bitama nyeko no etumi eluso because of say baby o wa me ko du ya na nimpa no yes here man 100 Ghana cedis ama na ko to aba no wo se 100 cedis no eso enya dia obeje ya man 200 Ghana cedis wo se wonye 20 cedis so if you say delegate ag 5,000 is it 10,000
as you say omo dia no ana
Yes, baby, I'm just going to be anymore. Sika de mani pa nipa ne tifie na ye ko so to aba o say delegate akwaje 10,000 aje fridge aje aye TV ade aka wode ya ono so jiska ansa na akwa to aba no ye man 100 cedis pot there bi 200 cedis there bi 300 Ghana cedis ansa na nipa ne jiska no mo akwa na tena kamu aba beto aba no the speaker ala wesemo ansa nipa no o say one ya man iska na onye enti bi the speaker Sunday when na enema edu ba bi ne chete nimpa no scan na amanyokoni bi etuatua dem ma enimpa bi se mo meto ba no increase because of say delegate for kwa jiska gasie se delegate kwa jiska dia ono so jiska ansana obeto ba no dia masa ne ma shabadwenu no ene eye amanyoko no omo jiska ansana no beto nti eno so ya dia eko etia omo ena de na bi so e kan se eye mputudwuma sadema ntem ya no omo dani omani e de kire he ena eno so nam so a almost 2 about the etia AMP Manyoko no ene ba koso ene say the speaker obehwe a MPP campaign bia no omo baasi enimpa e di free emiamia bi no mo be hia mpenifo no mo ni mpenifo na say ba me na ba no makasa no masan edo mo nyina akọ e ba so be hia so a no ma baasi nimpa free emiamia bi no be hia won hia so na one o makasa na omo sangofo no esan akọ na so ohwe eye NDC amanyoko no campaign on be asantemand miana ba kokura ni wa moye ne kuromu onimyamfo dwanse ese edu nkati aba asantemand miano okoba bi tse edujama ohwe wa on south east ohwe o molusu eye this the first time eye MPP amanyoko no atumi elusu o musiti ho ede ama NDC fo onimyamfo e ba ye no wa ankoro jama township mu okoni nkras ni nyina no mu nyina akodi nkomo edda omo ni swade hu wa abro mo bayi enema mo betumi aye di aboa eye nkwasefo no omo kwada omo ni swade hu ade kire omo na so wa ben na poko no ni abasi ni mpa firi miamia bi abechi omo wo ekoni fifi na pa kasa kire omo enti omo kampe ombe ye no mo de konkwase nkwade ka omo ni swade hu no ade kire eye ade hye omo nkwase ema omo hu se se ye pemputudwuma dia eye NDC amanyoko no na ye mputudwuma na nye MPP amanyoko no if say o share sentiment mama dano machi dia ma eye NDC MPP amanyoko no NDC amanyoko no so e ba se mputudwuma NDC na ye menya anapai ye ne ade share wa se ni bi eni twinkomo ni embu se omo so omo adwene ne sei eni pa ehia me ensem omo ka kire me ni ye no omo so ni nkomo ni embu se omo so die enti na nam so a omo nkoto ba ne because eye nim gu ase pa o hwe imagine a eye NDC amanyoko no etumi nya na sentiment mu apa de am tesiga ano wade pa ndi no mu ni nkomo ni embu se omo akoba ne sei na batuo no omo so ankoto omo mo hia me ensem omo kan no ebi ni ebenya mo kwa ba edo ba Kessben efidio so Joseminia ya share sentiment mi akona mo kura bi pema nyekuo no abato no efiti ana pari nyina no enya de mo koto aba no mo hwa de enti na mo so amoso man koto aba
Joseminia da city me ya tana na odu sapon me wasta agency Kessben na o chairman ho me de mo say ade bebe na si kwan ya ni pan go bi an koto aba bebe complain ke say Asante region no MPP no yen ye kura so omo ba power ase no omo yi omo nye fie so no omo ye fiti mo ba bi a won to aban de en fa ma MPP manyoko no nta bi ama di ho ya wo se ya na ye kura party no ma party ba power na so ase fiti ma de aboye na he bibia na enkan iba na enkan so nkan fo so to ba ma MPP ayan kan na makwa na nwa mem also why den ya wo NDC e je ba sa no na Asante fo ye di ya say ye kura party but akoma ni Asante region na efujuma bia o family ya nenta bia no mo ye bibi wa yi ko so sha agiti for so mbesi ke Dubai ke ono mo de campaign di tia at Asante region agiti for na me bibi ama mo ke Dubai o mo de campaign ya de na so ye kan ka say ai MPP for ya ma Asante region big campaign ye ye binka e de nte se basa e ne basa se mo hwe se bia before na sheni pamuno ama ye to aba empa MPP na ma ye ko osisi no obe foba class na mo tina de bi ho na o mo tina de aye ama o kire bi no ebi sa aye de sibi enti mi se na ade sheni pa bufu ama ye de o man ko to aba no
okay how do you know
yes also
obi so de no enti ene oba mama ma so why ne
I monitor for that young fancy why
but you how do you know that say enti ana almost wa kan wa jina so that say
All right, eti acho kwame na no 30 minutes after 10. I remember. Yen try ye ho na yen ya boafo nkrato emra ye koba ye beto so na ye ne wedding komo. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this one.
Dimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Dimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Dimafo Heba Clinic Accra. And you want here, passengers a gumi kaimui, a Hana do one aircraft. Hey, and this Accra and put away the moon. And yet the Muampa, the said, a Duchem Atlantic International University, America Memo, about Dr. Dujanfi Babasu, honorary degree as a professor in biology in herbal medicine. It is said here, I am more. Oh, Mr. Minim wife, your copa war. 1 year, 1 city. Nin send the 2 months and 8 years canon. Miss na and shut down koye na esakakra to say what page mama hodiam bem connection ne wo about the crow stroke so there wo fan small chese agidi wo wu ani de asie no yare bia etatia e wo Dr. Tamda so and so diabetes, hepatitis B, prostate, hypertension, malaria yare bia kumasi say owo agogo opposite government school no and nkra so obepiem e wo pokuase mayira kwan no so for doctor 0244 774 282
and 0500-727215.
Me Dimbafu Herbal Clinic. Wudimafo ne hwa.
Mira, na de na ofre adwuma ba ya se waye bosanse. E de asemwa.
Bi ne hwe mafo kwa na ekwo wo mo animu. Bosia kra me pedia me de abobra so a. Menya bi.
NS3 Eclipse Collateral Management for Abamaye. Waye prime brokerage service. Na no se de etie nie. So we japade na wo ho nkrata. Wotumi de nkrata ne beja Eclipse Collateral Management. Na so bi so we japade ebia na ne nkrata no animu ano. Na ope bosia. Ye de wo nkrata ne yensi achi ba manipa no ejebosia etua ehon faso ma wo ankrata ne ye wo de ani di free
ne se woni akura ntue
emane ha okra esan se wono so wo ajapade a wode ba yenti no eno na bank de beton gwabra won kwo wo de ne ho kra
na kire sa me nkrata da dem no ebetumi ama menya sika wobra me japade no eho nka
sapepepe obehu Eclipse Collateral Management e wa Denta Pantai Junction at Denta new site hwa 0543832466. Eclipse Collateral Management. Think safety and decent income.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be
and what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yamusa Waya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Say, dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso. And now I'm pa one dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num imbusaba mesanoa, and Momo who are deep pinti. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esiomo, imbusaba mesa, and walk kaisi, and you are may move bia your tone in row, at to 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Kratui Maja to Musay.
This is 92.9, the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Hey, Bema, she said your levels don't change. Freshness ne kunsano. Bema, me huama mania je. Hey, sena unemployment. Emaye hunu Bema.
Aze, arukodo. Nche me mo top up no wo Kessben University College o. Ma ona me internship at school ne de ma mwenti. Menya highly practical working experience. Papa wa bom for a great job placement. Mataya. Mubwe Juma.
Kessben University College dear. Some Kamishrel. Say for the best tertiary education. Look no further. Choose KUC. Say Kradie. Yasis Samukra. Aside our main campus. And what continent off Lake Bosomitri Road, you know. Yasanso the ultra modern city campus with state-of-the-art facilities. Abe kamo. Yes, city campus, you know. And what a doom kumase. Na enona ama part-time. Any weekend school adisiani adichire. Aya kona keke.
Wow, Kessben University College. Aya accessible, affordable, and incredible. Intisi siazi, irrespective of your work schedule. Iribwe juman na isiazi.
Kessben University College admits students into their various degree, diploma, and certificate programs. BSc Business Administration with options in accounting, banking and finance, marketing, human resource management, BSc Information and Communication Technology, Diploma in Business Administration, Diploma in Information Technology, Diploma in Media and Communication, Sawukra Wasi, Ana SSC, aggregate 30 or better. Ubetumi apply. Your top up programs who the HND any diploma holders. Once 1 year bro 25 years. Ubetumi apply as a mature student. Na ya this year so dear. You were regular, part-time and a weekend school. Kessben University College. Affiliated to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And to KNUST certificate and 1 year dema war. The National Accreditation Board and so at GNATUM. Application forms for admission may be obtained from the following places at 50 Ghana cedis for Ghanaian applicants and $50 for foreign applicants. KUC Main Campus, Kontenase. KUC City Campus, Adum Kumase. Announce multi-credits in Krobatabia and Ghana Fana Babia. You can also download the application form from our website kc.edu.gh. For further information, call us 0501 637383 and now say 0264 170475. Kessben University College.
Education for development. Man, one corner. When did you wait? Yes, baby, woman.
I saw him.
And I don't echo.
Every runner saw him say insurance and Metimako yo.
Oh, sir.
Nanka.
Wow.
Said your woman say, Mirror insurance and when you'll be a man answer or what's happening for more.
I'm paddy.
And I know no be don't for be Chamia Seda insurance brokers at you.
Oh, sir.
Hey, when we are brokers in tea, so be boo fast, we your customer and quando be boo fast. For one crata semina brewomo. Claims your bedging in armor. Almost any insurance companies P na yet juma. If we say only your brokers, as the insurance brokers, extra quine. Fadia was our young. Sikachi bienimo. For one crata summer for claims and winina. Fakumo with the yard say, we are on customer. Effie, only life and non-life policy. A be a universal life policy. Education and pension providers. Motto, fire, theft, any comprehensive. A year you are once to say, near Quensia in Nemo.
Hey, Nazian, what you want to Musano? Nanuano,
sign your bed bond, performance, any advanced mobilization bond, any I would do P. Mira.
That's Ramity. At the Panetone. Chirame Quino, I mean, for Hong Kong, check me how far.
As Seda Insurance Brokers will Kumasia Dumasada House, first floor. Our numbers A0242 850204 0542 815801 and 0546 170802. And crying so, Ubehunu as Seda Insurance Brokerage Limited, our Kessben Twin Towers, Circle. Yabe Vodafone, Betimia Freyen on 020 0080 as Seda Insurance Brokers.
A Jumanesi.
Juma yefue me mama juma na mu business tete saying
bra me business kwa na ekofo
so wan come multi credit
dabi man ko multi credit
me nso makwaje bosia mana ya meka o metwa susu se me de kwa kotua me kwaya hwedo befo a ye de ato office no mu kyese omudi misika na twane o
so wan come multi credit
ane man ko multi credit
me nioma abegu port ma ya me nyesika nkoyi deadline na twam ama abide ne nsa ato nioma yi so hweka amabo
so wan come multi credit
no credit man ko multi credit
emum adwadifo bia so den se mo come multi credit ya enka nya to mu nyina entom me be kire mu ne multi credit to me yes woni ama begu port na woni account multi credit kwa na be bo mama ne a wo be uni ama na ma multi say for 20 days to susu 20 days na chi no ye obenya bia ye bon ma bosia
enu bi na adwadifo hema akoye ya ene ne suto na bom ma bi no kane no na ne suto no emu ye hwe ni na nso ode ne ho bom multi credit no ene ye ka adwadifo a ono nso frɛ ne ho adwadifo hema
multi
credit
where bank adwuma bia savings current accounts Vigo MoneyGram eSwitch and MTN mobile money Bank of Ghana multi credit to me credit to wanya na Ghana ba bia be ko bia 0322037418 someone come multi
na ye ni muntra
Hey, I didn't take you, baby. I
the way your papa,
time
call me bad. The bitch bia to kwa adai.
Now we are coming can.
Me ya uti fi adai na we ye. Den na uti fi awe ye. O just school fees. O ba ko homa. O sorry o simi so no pay we enwumre adai. E cross 7 adai. Me tell you already plan no worry bie. No worry bie. Me tell 2 minutes man. No ba me tell you 2 minutes. Now 2 minutes. 2 minutes man. Oh 2 minutes. Oh come here.
Ya ware fo de na aba. E de nko na aba no pay ya. Oba tiem be me tiem na wo kumio no kumi. E de obekunkum mu ho. Na nse obete na oba we na we nam ha na we nam ha. E de asem na asifie ha. Wenti na maka kire mo say. Edru memenda anopa abo nonson. Ekobo nonkron no. Fa radio no fa to Kessben 92.9 FM. Me kire 7 to 9 AM. Metie mi owura me ne mapamfo ne encheche mo aware no mu nsam. Ene niema ebema efie ha edimu. Hia mi owura yere ewo Kessben 92.9 FM. Na ye nyina ye mbom na ye ndwendwen efie ho ensam.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety. Perfect. 92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Now it's 25 minutes after 10. This is Kessben 92.9, Kessben 93.3, Kessben TV live across the country, and Asena TV. So Anna Oshi and we are live on Facebook, and keep coming in with your messages. Now, sooner than later, we are told, sir, Electoral Commission ABTME declare the final result for the presidential election for 2024, and we await that big announcement by the Electoral Commission chairperson Jane Mensah, the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. Na yafese saying na niniano ebetimi akwa. Now again, we are told, say, after that declaration, Ora John Dramani Mahama, the former president and now president elect, Nessa, Wanonso Ebetimi Ashese, Wadina no din sem nyina no Ebetimi Atudwa, na Africana for nyina so etie. Now, Richard call Masande ade de amount, mehu se circulate ye pa, the 120 days in office of John Dramani Mahama. There are some promises what they admire. You be projected to see at the amount. Now you track it, now you share some of the promises John Dramani Mahama made, say what to me a winner within the first 120 days, obey to me I execute it, and then you get to have a fair idea of what to expect in office. President Mahama take office from a year January 7, 2025, Konoa. Not once to me, Eddie Weni, Eddie Che. Maybe I'm very needy because I am a big man. How much?
You know, I'd say,
Boko, that's right.
Yamia Dumo. And I pay homes and Bobo Bonia maybe so.
Figures, yes.
Figures now, church and Navina. Some solid interviews being so here to bring our listeners and viewers some accurate and solid information. I mean, we are known for that. I mean, when it comes to Kessben, we don't mince words. We deliver as it is. So
as we promise.
Yes, that's good so far.
And before monitor you now, before there's some monitor there can no more companies no more coca.
Almost record a tour. Now almost on the own program. We set the pace.
And you didn't be whom I didn't project no I know the phone the channel or buy it in the control body and it's in the man and then the tablet in the buy.
Right.
I mean it's fine. We are all brothers and sisters serving our country. Now, I mean, trends, and right now, I will draw my attention, say, Makoko Jr. Yes, we are Philippine Dominican. I mean,
later, I heard him speak about it. Problems in the buy they can't declare without him. They don't have any power. But at the end of the day, this morning we are hearing that we're losing. And so the surprises keep coming. I mean, we thought they were over. But recent ones, but latest ones, but it's showing that they are more, and it's like you were saying yesterday. It's going to the government side. I mean the people in power. Power. We don't hear much from the NDC side because look, their main people are still there. They're strong, and new ones are rather coming in. And interesting, if you look at the dynamics, very very interesting because. I mean, look, these are big wigs of the NPP. Then you see some small fish from the NDC who is not unknown people come, and they kick them. It tells you what the people thought in this election. I mean, they had thought over time, over the month before the elections, prior to elections, what their thoughts were. And Ghanaians are very interesting. We have to study Ghanaians. Actually, we have to. This is a test case for all of us.
A good research.
I'm telling you, a good case study to learn about Ghanaians. They are watching you. Oh yeah, you are doing this. Yeah, they are, but they've taken a decision already.
And funny enough, wouldn't be here. Rallies yes. I wouldn't street so I bet it is possible.
They take their t-shirt, party t-shirt, they take everything, they take the monies, everything. But the decision probably were made some 5-6 months ago. But they will go with you. So we need to study Ghanaians. And this elections have taught us a lot, especially the parliamentary election. It's a historic outcome which we have to take notice of. Yeah.
Now, Thursday, no funny enough, could you go down the video beach there? And what I mean, who said no? I mean, a lot of people are more. Dr. Bawumia will be deceived. So say Thursday, last week Thursday, and parties in their campaign with the biggest rally.
Last rally.
And then there was a Joy News reporter all reporting or person were engaging the crowd, people within the crowd. One more way to say, I mean, one more party for big platform so I. Then in a very jubilant mood, there was one lady I want to interview now. I mean, Nenia J was sour said Dr. Bawumia t-shirt at the NPP campaign rally grounds. Okay? And I was saying, Lady Nibiza said, so who are you choosing? What makes you believe that Dr. Bawumia is winning? No, I said, do you want me to tell you the truth? Sincerely, do you want to know who I'm really going to vote for? Then the reporter said yes. Then funny enough, the lady started turning left, right, center, watching to see say will be or share whilst the interview is happening. Then she draws closer to the Joy News report. I mean, the video is circulated everywhere.
Okay.
Or draw closer, no, and opeja Dr. Bawumia t-shirt a shannon. Beneath Dr. Bawumia t-shirt, washa original NPP rally as na John Muhammad Yeshas.
Wow.
I was shocked. And on the NPP for the now for they were all jubilating. The reporter herself was shocked as much as me.
Exactly. And then I make us a look.
I'll be producer say you will be break our high.
Okay.
A lot of areas.
Yes.
So my question is that why?
I mean, anything I make say, look, is it a case that it's high time, say, parties, will really find out from the individuals? I don't know how possible that would be. We should have, Musa Dankwa was there, I would have asked him about it. Whether there should be something the party should be doing to find out from individuals what exactly do we want, what exactly it is that we want the government to do, what exactly it is, and I think it behoves on the parties or whoever is in power to check. Then because look, for me, like I said, this election.
So look at this. When the year shows is here.
Yes, for
look
example,
at somebody.
I think this happens. This is a circle.
Yes, this is a circle. Yes, they engage in your reporter. They engage. You know, what's Kennedy T-shirt? T-shirt a Kennedy picture the day anymore. But beneath the T-shirt, what do you
so what is urging him to go follow this party, whilst you know very well, say, so you see, and I think the parties too should learn. The enticement, inducement, and things they give to the people, they fall in love with them. But truly, the man wants something else. So it's high time you find out exactly Ghanaians ankasa. Because I can tell you, the NPP this time, I don't know what, they didn't see it. They didn't see it coming. Some people have made their decisions already. No, the big rallies, the things, they will be there. But the decisions were made some 2, 3, 4 months ago, prior to elections. And it's so, for me, this, I have to do this, some research about this recent elections. Seriously.
34 minutes after 10, the higher Kessben 92.9. But for me, what I feel is that, Nana Frimpong, you do pempen so in our politics, our home. As I say, a kind of creature neighbor. What you say? A drew baby. Ghana for him pen na dabi. What you say? I feel said to a far extent the NPP was over defensive. Okay. COVID-19 about it was overrated. The justification, yes, we know say COVID no, and there are a lot of implications by. It is part of the reason why Nanado it me winning in the second term. Because Ghana for Enya that kind of sympathy.
Yeah.
Mo explain it to mono. Nana, what you say? A 25 dream mo digina so to abade ye.
But beyond that,
in 2020. But beyond that,
yes.
I mean, I feel say it was far overstretched. Say oka economy ne ho asema. Yes, say COVID-19 by Russia-Ukraine war. No more the enu so abebata. I felt said the posture no Nana should have been to say the debia and African point ye. Yen tum say yes, ye can say. To say the ekofo ye. But a near money binti ye besere. What you say?
Yes.
Ye gusu a ye de. Ye yen se ye yen to say a near money in was still 4 in place.
Yeah, admit to say, look.
Yeah, admit it.
Yes, although COVID about high and kakra, but beyond that, some things went wrong somewhere. We'll be correcting.
Exactly.
We have to be playing to the people.
Exactly. And then the other months, I mean, how party for Ghana for Kajoso, Yampeka do Furiata, Sesano. Bribeni, Sesano.
At the 11th hour.
Okay, my main call Finson of Emra. Me bank we are very important. You made now we are told so Finson of Basabasa Kakra SC ho. My main call na me reporter ho any komo. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, senior.
Acapella na it is saying.
Na ko panu mo na aso e.
Eradia do men so me ho ye. Boy en komo de na SC wo Finso.
Me da say office of capital.
Kessben.
Akomadan. Akuma na oba hanuma yetu abanu manu kwa sumdwe mu na de ne se oba Dr. Cheche Asamoah ona CTVet o Director General e wo Ghana yakopon ya do ma office no ofofo hunu mobo ana so mo do no etu abanu di e de ma no e ma no BT vote no 1640 votes na eno no pa e collation center honom no basa kakra esi wo honom e ma ne car o mo se no e ma ne me bi ko so ena no pe Yohanu ma na ete se 30 bi aba awo ba beche e di ama office no eye akuafo oba akoma na ye fe ba bi akoma na nzongu omo ba ene se o makọ ba bi e fe cooperative no che se ba bi a fet ne ye de e wo no ena nzongu fo na be no mo bebu fet ne nya de o ma ba na aba so ntini fet ne o mo dia o mo ba be fa ena MPP fo no so o mo nti ase enye disi for dia basa si entokwa ko so ase kan twetwe kan se mabo ko so eni pa minu afamu ahwere mo nkwa a me no ka sei e wo face no ba ko so me no ka sei de ye de se kan awo na ma na nsu apie na ba akoma na ye fe ba bi akoma na nkremom e honum na sa de ni siye e ma konkomani ba ko o makuno Kokuma for no someone tia da. And someone can say ya. Almost up from Monco from Momswaba. I'm no cause so many friendly for no to be a boom. By Yaku Penim Quimby, and I'm telling them once to me the mapper baby could don't work. But I say, see, I dear cost on a dear.
Kessben.
In the course of that. But who's the police for nay? Soldiers for nothing carried about. Now, my mention Nipana Okumu Bino. Or this kind try will be no. Or no Ghanaian, Echo Refibimu. And will be so or Yabema, the Babonabo. Bear 2 weeks in ye, and to appear, I be such other day and Elcoso. And on the Ababoni trim, the video never send them on Namu de Ator. I will be a home. Once the BBC says that you can be doing very careful. Or Baba couldn't tell you to imagine for a sale. And to Miss Mears in training, you know, in the way she treated you into Manana credit to move in the pen. The top near yellow no James Black, our commandant Cremum, as only I flame CAC Christ Apostolic Church. Lechi, and as had no course war. And see the Coba and they say, one Pierre Babis, a dear no coso, and will be there Babono. The Nippon Lucodins and Boneno, Echo Refibimu. Okuwe fi yeso akose sini so. Police ni no kwa akwache no, waka police ni nsa. Enti police ni nipi na nipo no okuwe sini so nkrofo no ba no. Ade eso ye ne so protecting with ma one suit. Eno mo ko machi no mo jaye. Enu nya ni 3D mu. Enu pi baby no koye. Be nipo no to sumenu no wawu ne de no krenie. Se wo ye NPP na na so ye NDC ni de miminin. Baba kuma na no office no. And to call the giddy. No mum Yakopon Chade. Baby, I may make a quam your baby quam so. So just for the car baby community, see I call on.
Kessben.
And young one say, A be a man, carefully busy, and that's always so much security, no, a yet tight. A walk, madam, especially the beer for no man cremum. And they'll call baby English Arabic. And after the beer for no say, English Arabic. And there will be a from say Melcrum. I saw the you can't say Bruni Crum.
Okay.
Then take us make us a Bruni Crum and say, Tamado, you can't say former president J.J. Bettinasono. Obesity name one of your residential area. To mark I say Bruni Crum now and say you Bruni Nintino. Or Yakokun, don't say Bruni Crum.
Okay.
All I'm looking at is it is alleged. The word it is alleged. And to Quano Coso, but me no one misses and the bar so far there. Offense enough. Akomada particularly nipa mienu afirimu na de ba kwa ya ne se Dr. Fecha Samon ono we ne aba no onye basa ena opponent party NDC no Dr. ya kan say Sizo Fuso champion onso nye basa ba minima de kwa fa so e ba ye ntila omo ka se fe tino mo ba beche no ade aba na aba sunto mo ba be yi fe nda. The woman P1 or my friend Dr. Future Sama CTV director no. Oma ko no police station collision center on them. The cars oma say CB. But on was here hano office of Edunti. Eno ye.
Okay.
Then you know say me person be challenge baby because mo baby na me be na mate. They made him aso atutu for mama te ne say kwaku bunsam e wa ko de francho. Last 4 years, Oba is independent. Wakan who been our best support to Dr. Fecha Samoa. But I say Dr. Fecha Samano ko pe bi on farmer no. And of course support to NDC Nino. And a year called Honorable Collins Intim, former Deputy Minister of Local Government. One on a year MP or TCC because the two abanama no one only naturally in him. And to me, is one only year MPCCA.
Yes, you want to talk for that young fancy. Why not? Me for
and to talk for you, and say, yes, you call it in two support to NDC, you know, and also hooliganism. It is alleged. The word it is alleged. Okay, that's what I say.
Mate, Mamina was in a found see, Bibiani about BM. Why? Now, ya baby, all right, into official north, and no, not yet. Right now, information coming in say Oko a year the Tamale South constituency Lameshegu say ye kase free and no abishin there. We are told say police station no there's been several attacks on the police station. And it show a year footage is in be at the amount surely a year Lameshegu na wetime ehon. And the awoshe sisi no a year Tamale South, one of the electoral areas your friend no Lameshegu and awoshe sisi no proceed danye wo ho nyina ene nieme wo mu nyina no people are destroying it, the civilians
and fixed it.
And that is what is happening. A year Tamale South. Lameshegu. Tamale South, Harry Adusu, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that is a year the constituency, I don't know. But it's quite unfortunate. I mean, Sanyama way must not happen. I don't really know what will might have caused the problem, but I mean, definitely, anyway, near share, you must say, and the ocean no a Tamale South. Now, we go so our Kasa and Sana make call lines in the show. I mean, you're
not may come about. I mean, the mindset of the Ghanaian. Over the years, we've learned a lot, we've known a lot, and we've come of age in terms of elections in this country. So, Osha, I mean, you say, we are the beacon of African democracy, and I believe that. So we've grown. We've assessed the politician. We know the movement of the politician. We know the movement of government in power, what they have to do and what they don't have to do. We've learned it. Into about convincing the Ghanaian voter. It has to take a different strategy and a different dimension.
Okay.
Because from this election, for me, if I were a politician, seriously, I would sit back and look at the trend of voting, the pattern, what has come out at the end of the day, and tell myself, going forward or moving on, I have to strategize when I'm telling the voter what exactly I want to do for him or her. So it is so surprising, the outcome of this election, and it is a great lesson for all the politicians, not those who have lost alone, but even those who have come into power now, who will be sworn in from the 7th of next month. They have to learn a lot of lessons from this elections, seriously. And I think it's good for our democracy. It's good as well for all the political parties, and it will be good for whichever government will be in power.
Very well. Now, a lot of people are here kasa. Now, yeah, the started kasa you crowd the check that from pong and how doing and how hunso. Now, is it wouldn't be on social media this so. Hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. I don't know hashtag as I say, air trend they say yeah kasa. Nana Operation hashtag also hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. And air trend this is here. Now many about is here. Also let's bring back the party. Let's bring the party back from Dankwa and Dearben to the headquarters. Now, Nana, Kozia, and Yama Bibres is here. I just don't get it. So, your party headquarters. Dankwa Institute. There's a party headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. It was slammed down. Dr. Bawumia, it was the private office, the campaign office. It was your friend is saying. Reggie has a okay, Alisa Hotel Enclave in Moho. Then ye party headquarters, no, at the Sinche. Over Greater Accra has a party no original headquarters.
Yeah.
I will Joe Luquan so.
Yeah.
One more year no the Sinche, headquarters no the Sinche, Dr. Bawumia campaign office, no, at the Sinche, dear what your friend is and regional. I feel there you see a could be a campaign office for Joe. And what do you call you be hour? Until from your friend is say, I slam down. He said, you copy Joel. Joel, one dear, na ye or what? Oh, I want a flag bearer, beba. Into your party general secretary cry, as I said, what's not party headquarters. Now, what dress your party? I say, Brahom na Brabecasa. And I cannot just say. So there was no clear distinction between the operation of the office of the flag bearer and then the party's own operations are now woman so yeah.
Wow.
And what actually transpired was that the people are managing Dr. Bawumia private office and then a campaign, no. Okay? They were the ones dictating the pace for the party, extra party, know what to do.
Wow.
And I mean, if there's something cannot yes.
Yeah.
And the baby I'm going set it up, baby and Ra, Justin Frimpo could be a press conference, you know, a party headquarters.
The no.
And run rate.
Kukumlemle there.
Aslam down there. Yes. But even before that, previous press conferences are not Miracles Abuaji Union was from the
other side.
The other side, which is the Ojo no. So why create the para offices? One party, Mukita offices, bed 3 or 4. And I'm going to call into this election. If you are saying Dr. Bawumia, Babe money, I mean, the concession speech near there. Ojina if you know, yeah. So what became of office now? Muko criterion. What you say? So I mean, campaign office and they say your party headquarters say woko. And what na your friend is say manifesto committee. And you want na motuna ye mojuma. And why no motuna ye wo mojuma ye bibia. So what is the meaning of campaign office? And I want your friend is say office of Dr. Bawumia Nkasa, the private office. All this one anki nim say one more a year part of the campaign planning and then the BB a one more. Okay? I think all of a sudden, you see, you wojo. I don't get it.
No.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's true, Kwame.
Political strategy, anything. Research men go into that strategy. NDC did not create any para offices. John Mahama office, private office, Olusu election in a cantonment, that is the office.
Yeah.
Collation Center, it was at the party headquarters. John Mahama moved from his office, came to the party headquarters to see how I know collate results. And now you have video now. Baby, as a Ejinaye press conference, it was the same party office, so he could clearly stand before screens and now watch say per their data, and this is how much they've gotten in terms of votes. And that was the party's headquarters.
Yeah.
And to the creation of para offices. I don't know strategy, man. Now remember, I don't know strategy, man. And how did that contribute to vote?
Yeah, it doesn't really.
It
doesn't really work in terms of synergy.
Reason
is to work together.
Nana synergy the crap say. Reason is say. And Crawford feel say, you did Dr. Bawumia buy your money winning primaries, What you say? It's a campaign na party de babe no. Yeni ya jini nyina de akoshe ha. And that was it. And untina National Executive Bebrina was reluctant to do the work. So boys now when we try Dr. Bawumia ho ahia no, they were rather dictating the pace for the party. Where was the party's own campaign team? Who are the NDC for you? John Mahama had his own campaign team. Asiedu Nketia had his own campaign team. Professor Jena no Pokuajiwa no one the campaign team.
The youth wing.
Pablo one the campaign team. One in the youth army no, almost from the Green Army. Oko Legon More. Wednesday, Thursday na. Dodo na general rally na se no they were equally here. One more shows at the artists familiar mu nyina akọ hɔ perform here. Where was the youth wing of the New Patriotic Party? And sana woba NDC ni mo a certain key personalities. Marietta Briumo.
Yeah.
Na Frimpong. Woman so a man enso form a group woman so ni nemu. And what they were doing was that so region winner John Mahama Eba. Okay? Asiedu Ketia National Chairman medical aba. Okay? Asiedu Ketia free ho no mo na e man nso ayeden akọ. Before that, no Pokuajiman so different way. Then preceding few days aka Major Mahama Abahono. Then you see Malik Basintele and the youth force no Nusukrano. Then they go there. Wamu all the motorbike riding near Dini na. Wamu free no more exit. Then John Mahama comes in. Then they go and do another level of operation at a different constituency. Omunim say John Freehanoma or Baha. So they go do the work, prepare the grounds and all of that. Na youth need the actually. As for this one, Dr. Bawumia movie, they were all following the train. Last minute, now Marco spending a whole 15 days in Ashanti region. Operation Sika Seba, near dear tete, as ye be here, as ye ma, oh baby, you know. I mean, we are skeptical. I mean, you name the embassy, Etienne Chanso, near Chanso, my Chanso, I could this result. So, I mean, you could clearly see the mistakes hovering everywhere.
Kessben.
Hovering bomb.
Yeah, Kwame.
But I mean, you know, this particular one.
Nana Sakwaba. I'm for channel.
It was beyond.
And the money I'm going
Kwame.
Yes.
Yegusu kasa na yebeto aso akopem se yebeso in President Mahama.
Yeah.
Yenjai ti Nana do dan Kwakufuado. Honestly speaking, I have already said it. Say, as a Kufuado as a president today, he has worked.
Yeah.
Ultimate GBB and Fenfre Kufuado, he has really worked. Kufuado is not a leader. I'm telling you.
You keep repeating.
Yeah,
yes,
you keep repeating.
And I will keep repeating it until say, and the best way in John Mahama.
Why is he not a leader?
Oh, yeah,
I think it's a good leader.
No, he's not. Listen to me.
Yeah,
on your leader, he's not a good leader. Well, let me put it.
Reason is saying.
Yes, I'm a dika church no baby. But my last time my cake be there.
One more true and rather you different from where.
Okay, today and that day my main castle. Nana do dan Kwakufuado.
Kessben.
The only thing that he helped Dr. Bawumia, I say, who read the NPP constitution now? The constitution says that the flag bearer, not the flag bearer, when they are in the government, the president is the leader of the party.
Yeah.
Apart from say, people were heckled to make sure, police station executive elections, to make sure say Dr. Bawumia will be the flag bearer. Our card no two man one cash Emma Sadi no course they help Dr. Bawumia. Throughout the campaign, did not help Dr. Bawumia.
Why? He did. Why Juma Palmer? No, I disagree. I disagree with you. He did a lot of work. In fact, he set the pace.
No, I just want to understand.
He set the pace. He set the pace for Dr. Bawumia. He has set the pace for Dr. Bawumia.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
He set the
That's
pace
what I told you that. When it comes to projects, he has worked. But we should not forget, say, and your project in Kwan and Kofor Shade Twaba. President Kofor did the same in 2008.
Mahama did the same in 2016.
Commissioning projects.
Yeah.
When the legendary campaign was at its peak, but yet they lost.
Yeah.
So we can brush that aside. I'm saying this because, listen to me. NPP for any Nanado Dan Kwakufuado. Omuma Dr. Bawumia. For the first time, NPP are presenting Muslim candidates. For the first time, NPP are presenting North Nano. A co-tribu too much. So I think some of the research that they did, they say, Dr. Bawumia betime neutralizing the northern part of the country. Northern part of the country, they wouldn't win, but they will close the gap. Voter region because Kotokori for the Sankofo now, some of them are from the Volta region. Then swing regions, we make sure we win the two. Ashanti will vote massively because Napo is from Ashanti region, they will win the election. Sadino come too much.
Until mama relax.
Every business will go in this country was against NPP government. I'm not sure. Memory research and pension. Show. Co-election. Dr. Bawumia's manifesto. The manifesto. What the Hashem say, when I come, I will scrap betting tax.
No.
What's me ba? He love you make him. Kwame. We need money. the two political parties are bet me a winning election.
Obiaso
oba obitwem.
Kessben.
One is using propaganda. Say the e-levy. I'm using the word propaganda because we saw what happened. You say the value added tax when the NPP did even the Kumi Preko. One of the grounds are Omodia Kumi Preko demonstration. Now value added tax ka but buy you understand?
Kessben.
Communication service tax.
Kessben.
In 2008. The NDC timun you fene say talk tax. But yet buy no. So I will use the word in asterisk and I say in quote say it's a propaganda against the e-levy. Fine. E-levy is fetching you money.
Kessben.
Fair enough. Adie bia obeye bia no wa ya wie dada. Tieni you 7 months before the election. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia me ba me scrap e-levy because I wasn't part of the people that took that.
In fact, no one into.
Yes. Even on Peace FM, he said that I was not part of it. And they set an ad hoc economic management committee led by Mr. Osafo to implement the e-levy. I then a Kufuad. One year calculation reading we say the two naso about Beckham. I then know them.
And I will train the
Tienio, what has my maker Tienio? Because also betting tax ne Beckham. Dr. Bawumia se me ba dialysis. I'll make sure that OBI dialysis will be free. I send a manifesto. Die best of the campaign. Then Akufo-Addo. Nana do Akufo-Addo as a president. I'm making sure say
I introduce
dialysis.
National health insurance.
Yes. What to be a debate ye dia? I don't know when you the e-levy and the betting tax. Because Kwame, Dr. Bawumia is telling you that me buy ya make him. He's telling you the first budget obechem. Oni ade ne travel kofa no akase me hwe no ma bi ansa na metwam wose me buy ya metwam. So from that month kakra na na about 5 months no anaka no to that December no e dia.
Also me free. Yeah.
Nipa na say electronic buses me buy make sure say you be the electronic buses me buy. To make sure say fewer some the whole world echo electronics. What the electronic buses they are. Obi Beka say okay usu be try 11. You are part of the government. Oba ubetwem. Oba the electronic buses beba. What the electronic buses ni biaba. Mamil eluku promise and say oba ubetwa 11 mu apa. Beba. Oh the electronic buses beba apa. What's a dialysis no ba obey the free health insurance. Ampa onya maye no wa ya ampa.
Kessben.
Now so bana betwa 11 mu a na won kan che Akufo-Addo no twa 11. Because according to Dr. Bawumia was say the dialysis ne ayi na no he went to the Nana Akufo-Addo. Remember that audio Davidu am catch say okay kasa de no a the people will start asking questions say on the catch Akufo-Addo say was no o me fanka national health insurance and Akufo-Addo Nana Akufo-Addo understood it. So at then and now for pressure.
Kessben.
You get me? If you maintain these two taxes, obiaso obo betwema na eda hosa here. 19 taxes ededifu edija. Memete ha Gutak president tia. Meboa ana meboa. Gutak president aha not. Pani ba kotia. And the other import and export association for you. Your boy video of President Mahama visited them and they were counting 19 taxes.
19 to 23.
23 taxes. And some of the taxes need be a term that Adam. But that's not in the pot. And I'm told you say the team of the vice president was on the neck. Even the finance minister said, please, let's go and scrap these taxes. The businessmen told the Nana Akufo-Addo, apart from say Akufo-Addo na nkasa no omuhia no Dr. Bawumia no omuhia no the same businessmen are omo pe party no you see they were doing the party good as well they wouldn't tell you they will vote you out.
Yeah.
So it could be that the people that love the party, 8 million kofa and kotwaba no kahubi. Because you don't on person about trouble the year. Yes. They went to Nana to tell Akufo-Addo.
Yet they will be tagging.
Yeah.
They won't pay more interest. They
went to Akufo-Addo. Please, Nana. This thing is collapsing our business. And confess someone to Abba. And no can one man no ma boyading. Went ye. And ne ye betting tax ni levy. December. Me boy. Do Ababa no so be January. Oh, just idea. Scrap this. Because at the end, now be a 1 year dada.
Musika menyanyina we.
When you and I'm not sure say he live in DC, UDC, police headquarters. And he live in ADC judges quarters. Kumasi. Procuracy interchange near the commission in Nana. Me a sure pass and he live in Kwa because what the Farisa no cry. Sata mani eka wasam no 1 year.
So the idea, they all can admit to see. I see here.
Kessben.
Those two taxes, betting tax.
You could have just
abolished that.
Simple like a business, Nana. Simple like a business. With the vice president.
Yeah.
You see, vice president no, Ubuadia to the standard. Or tough. With a very tough person. But you see, Ubuadia to the standard. Say no, a person need a Akufo-Addo to finish well.
Kessben.
Oh, no person need to finish well. The reason why he chose Napo, he couldn't even tell Akufo-Addo. Because Akufo-Addo more preferred candidates. He had to tell Otufo say to the second. The Otufo in Komodiemu, only di komo, only Nanadu di komo, then a passing comment. Di kai can answer.
Kessben.
And that's what to me can't you know he doesn't have the boss, but not a person on the end well.
All right, Nana. Mama, now I say 5 minutes after 11. I feel we're joining any Kessben Sunni. We are back again. As we await the electoral commission, Nana said what did the final declaration? No, Ebebano. We just giving you certain things. Ebetimi abuao. Once you are home, once you are take muawuti no obe home. Why have Ghanaians voted for John Dramani Mahama and NDC? We'll tell you more about it. Parties in the meeting obia the promises and in the manifesto but currently what is happening no is what I'm about to take you through. Now you go so ayedi nkomo haya no me hu say this particular document ye meba bechire mo dia ma ono a document asase a go viral.
Okay.
You see Ghanaians as massive as we want to dia ma NDC no from Endro anajo eba besi anopei, okay, yakinkan document we've read through, but I've seen say Ghana for na shase circulate. What it means no, and it's one more best at take boxes no one after the other.
Scrutinize them
and scrutinize it. And by your words, and I yaji wanu munsema yede atumu ayede atu abano massively at the amount.
Yeah.
Now we are going back to track anyama wokan you know, and then vis-a-vis as the day comes by, you know, you be compare near who say you make progress. And now you make a retrogression. Now, Richard Yanko will take you through. So this is Mohammed's Tubwasi. Okay. So Mohammed's first 120 days social contract with the people of Ghana, and that is the heading. Mohammed's first 120 days. Okay, social contract with the people of Ghana, resetting Ghana. Okay, jobs, accountability, and prosperity. The building the Ghana we want. This is a policy document. Now, these are extracts. What the NDC's manifesto no emo indicating say you know. I mean, within the first 120 days, okay, and John Dramani Mahama say obeyenye. First 120 days, then we are talking about hopefully the first quarter of the year, which is 4 months, right? Okay. Okay, so number one, nominate with the first within the first 14 days. Okay, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Okay, just like Nana Danko Akufo-Addo baya no ye nyan declare yo hu se wa win ne kura no no ani fi ho no the podium ne bibia de asi ho no start announce it was very interesting, or announce it the ministers office obey to me on my year juma. Nanado did something beautiful. Wafa Alan Chematin, no already Alan Chematin profile nyina no the actual said juma no audition is ano or you're competent enough to do it. Now within the first 120 days, John Mahama said within the first 2 weeks, yes, swear ni in we did this year konyaso na what me no pepepe SSE otimi eyi the ministers and deputy ministers are when you mobeye a juma within 14 days and nominate within the first 14 days the complete list. And by that time, you have no in fact, Waba Bayimuda, why president when the ministers were near year Juma, when you want more be you more free, and one more bit with you more become. And see, if one Makuma could do nice, now SSS list in SSO young Jumano, why you need now Juma at the Aquaco Mambra Sibidano, said one more share now after the appointment committee, what you say, and Tenase and to Sanko for Nano, now one more approve a Jew Mutuma, one more to me about the ministers. The Edikaya John Mahama so obey. Number 2, or say constitute the leanest and most efficient government.
You underline the leanest.
I'm coming. Under the Fourth Republic, in my first 90 days in office.
Yes.
Good. And see, Oka said the leanest government, government, I feel here for me government, obey ministers, okay? We you ministers, we are obey deputy ministers. We you deputy ministers, we are obey appointed MMDCs, okay? MMDCs, it is not so okay linears now. I don't understand. MMDCs. Any idea about me UBF? We have over 260, I don't know. Yes, 260 districts and municipalities plus metropolis across the country. And I don't know 260, a constant. Won't mean you being free and I won't mean fair being a day. Beckham. Yeah. Now to was here. And I don't know. Then aside say where ye wo ministers, with deputy ministers, with MCEs, with DCEs, okay, you still have the responsibility of appointing chief executives. And then heads of institutions are holding in buying there. And sir, and Crofoni appointment, you say over 7,000 appointments. And now in this case, the word linears, what does it mean? Are we going to see an amalgamation? Say, agencies libi ohwa. Shall buy ministries nasia yebekika komo di abomuana. Because clearly, offer agency bit is a NEIP. Over as a NEP, right? Maybe for soon cancer one. Any the National Youth Employment Agency. Meanwhile, the fufu be our munai. Everybody just say, if we are saying, yes, National Youth Employment Agency. Woman in training crop for your models. You did training crop for what you say, youth in afforestation, youth in police, youth in why. What you say, you really and your quality NEIP. Say woman Emra, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and only yet here. One more modus operandi, a Juma SSI agency, and the Youth Employment Agency, difference very. Plus the National Youth Authority, and so on. And it's a more champion youth focused programs. A bit me abeye a stopgap measure. Okay? There. Then what is really the problem here? And they church idea no moon kitten sa. If we are say NEIP na a training kaya you me I feel strongly says youth employment agency for Juma. What I say? So such an agency probably as I see a dinner in a boom back up funding your bepedia more near per funding in the idea and the among no more to me your moduma. So the word linears and most efficient, I feel that is the angle it has to go.
And so we'll be looking at
we'll be watching it. We'll be looking at it. Agencies need to be who in here as I see a kikaboom. Okay. Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Aviation. Aviation crowd they say I saw the American transport. We need to bring the railways back to transport because railways, resort, aquacusi saying. Why should we allow that ministry to stay there? What I say? I have heard the conversation so ever baby said the Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Information what really is the difference. That's important what you say. And you know, why don't we have information or communications ministry bringing everything together? What you say? Yeah. So you know, say a time no John Mahama time no. Ovozu kwachi ne your friend say omanebo amamu nyina were the communications ministry, and then you had government spokespersons near the. Then this government came and then they separated. Now a fisheries ministry as a whole ministry on its own. Agencies
aside agree.
What you say? Aside. So you have that agree so you need to bring that one back.
You merge them.
You merge them. So merge no ebeba. Then we look at how agencies need to be how efficient the work will be. Now, third point was establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. I mean, this is a policy document. And you know, that one should be simple. Now, number 4, also hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. And I think this thing will be most efficient. And this is where, for me, my interest is. What I say now, when him say NDC has done this point before. What why you be that? Century consensus. One for political parties ni na say, hey, baby, economy na do ya remanaka do be. Muma ye nyina ya metina se na ye discuss ye ko ye nim no ye budget no say necessary economy. So this particular number 4 point, you know, very important to look out for. And John Mahama said within 120 days, as I said, organizes our national economic dialogue. No? Now, after you bring everybody on board, now a car ya postponing debt restructuring program, bilateral creditors are one more yesika. Into negotiations near the dialogue of it will happen here, and that is point 4. Richard Young when you know, don't forget, it is within the first 120 days. Richard Mami, the next point. Then you come to point 5. Was it within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of living, the high cost of doing business. 1, to say the African within first 90 days. Bosumi miensa pepe pemu. What the misia konyaso na meba. Acha ya bosumi miensa. He levy no meyi e de free ho. Okay? He levy no meyi de free ho. Dr. Baumiaso kaso ono so ba obeyi e levy free ho. Eno na African biziga ebisa say DNT Dr. Baumia promise so be he levy free ho. Na aka few months me akoto abanana na ado ntbi enye free ho. Free that time no be sit time ayi ubefra konwa so he levy no ahe na de beba ho. Enti insusuemu no na je say sa policy we amoma ne tina ho yi edi Dr. Baumia boro no. That is what it means. Enti he levy will go COVID-19 levy ebeko, okay,
gone long time ago.
COVID no mo say atwam
long time ago.
I mean, if you are seeing declare say COVID be any baby ebiem you go to your COVID levy uto nsuo kura no ma uto your COVID levy ukoton lunch kura dia uto your COVID levy yet wo mu wiom say COVID ne buy wo mo cha niam free ade nso mo gisika ya gusu age nsuo kakra mo de cha ye free COVID levy no ebeko. Then 10% on betting winnings and emission levy ni nyina ebeko. What you say, and it is very easy. I mean, you would have to law now establishes anima way in ano ube cleaning in our EDF and yet idea day say ube to be aye. Now within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. So that one can be done.
It's feasible.
It's feasible. It's achievable.
Yeah.
And see, we are looking at John Mahama promises, you know, within the first 120 days. Now, point 7, commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. And I think this is another important point.
Yeah.
And you see, so Utie John Mahama promises now, a feasible. Now, people were asking, say, also be a 24-hour economy. The NPP were saying, say, 24-hour economy, no crap. Muankasa modem policy by Montiasi. Montiasi because Muntiminchiremu ye. Magana for Montiasi. Okay? Then, the last interview at John Mahama and the BBC, you know. the presenter asked him the same question, and he was like, but you once upon a time interviewed Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We interviewed no catch us obey free SHS. As at that time, Krano Akoste, or to make sure the free SHS, no, ebe kostiana. Ekwaya no mbefaso mbeyen, was he able to tell you? But John Mahama said, oh no, within the first 120 days, okay, drafting. Ekwaya policy the befaso a yebe implementing. So the real document, the blueprint a yebe so a yebe implementing the 24-hour economy no within the first 120 days no we be prepare our document no blueprint ni na yede abana Ghana for ya shase de ho enkopo and that is it. And I mean clearly say utimi yes ade na then it means that we achievable enya ade den bia enti the document na be kire modalities e wo ho companies wo ba be ka ho be sign on na emfaso a wo benya aban ne de ode be ma meters no ba bi e be free aba ni nyina no will be part of this document. Enti the thinking on how I won't be implementing 24-hour economy no, will be here, and that is point 7. Richard, you caught the other one. Now, all these promises should be achieved within the first 120 days. Now, the point 8 says establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Okay, so I don't know. This one is not difficult. We'll put it together. People are free, so we are expert when it comes to trade, both import and export. Now, I feel more making sure say council ninya for me we are okay, whether by legislative instrument or whatever. Yeah, them run it actually we are. I mean, by then you promote export. I mean, very feasible and achievable. Okay. Then point 9, convene a national consultative conference on education. Another important point. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvement to the sector. So this is where free SHS comes in.
Exactly.
And David Oforia Champon, Edin Komo through the interview. No? He said, Okaise John Mahama say Oba before Obe touchy free SHS, obey review biano, obey the friend national dialogue. This is it. And only a point 8. And John Mahama obey a national conference. Parents, schools, no parent associations, Nina Beba. PTA chairpersons, mu nyina mo be invited. Ghana ni biara be chere na adwen. Then eba no teacher unions, obia contribution, conference we ni ebeje, sa na eba ni nyina. Then ye wia yagege adwen training nyina no. Then we now decide on how I be proceed here. Free SHS and say review be beba ebetimi aba. And I think this is not idea den say what mo betimi aye within the first 120 days. The promises are, I mean, very measured, reasonable, so you can see say achievable. Say wanya no anebia or person one year. And that is it. Over point 10 was say implement no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, universities, colleges of education, and then nursing training institutions, etc.
Hanona issues in the bed because
issues in the bed have because
exactly we will follow on
exactly. So the question is that the next academic year, and necessary we know a rolling out. Now next academic year never started that being started September. Going okay, so August September 2025 and the next academic year never started. Now we are in the 2024-2025 academic year, the first term or semester of that academic year from February or January. Schools may be in January or February. Equa de Kosi May, okay, will be the second semester. Then you have June, July, August for the long vacation. Tertiary students may be 3 months, you know. If you hold the internship near there. So hopefully, all person will implement this policy. As I said, starting with the 2025-2026 academic year. So I see preparation towards that main academic year. No, as I said,
yes.
What you say?
I don't even say sikasemo.
So I'm saying that you have from January, your best where we're in, January 7th, 2025, between January and September. Okay? You are promising that within the first 120 days, which is 4 months. So February, March, April, May, June, or better still, ending of April, you should be able to set out your modalities ahead of academic year and here in September. No? So that then you now begin to look for the source of funding. What the best idea?
That's the thing.
That's it. And you know, I mean, the NDC has a critical work to do when it comes to year point 10. Now, Richard, let's go to the other ones. Now, I feel we are joining here. This is Kessben 92.9, 93.3, Kessben TV, Asida TV. We are live across all platforms. Now, we are taking a critical look at the first 120 days in office for John Mahama and then the NDC. Now, point 11 said, introduce the following social interventions. Free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. Okay, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mahama Cares Fund. Okay, so the Mahama Care member now after certain chronic diseases are National Health Insurance and capture or the friend of Mahama Care no ebeba obe launching that program. Now one more pay for to be there to honoma. We yare now was our situation ni mu a ubetumi enya ho aye den atete. Na the omoye na nsenya ka ho dialysis for no it was part of the promise our year under the Mahama Cares program. Then also free tertiary education for persons living with disability. And only achievable now. And Crawford, I mean, one more nibi, one more bro. I mean, one more did them near Diano. John Mahama say qualify now be tertiary area. A free at the mouth. Source of funding no sikano e be free he anaba. Ma yet I implement such a policy. Will it be from the GET Fund or the Student Loan Trust, or where exactly are we picking the money to say they implement free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities?
The thing is it is what you come and find in the coffers.
And I bet you.
Because that's 120 days. You've not really started to roll things yet. So what will happen is that you rely on what is in the coffers, unless there is any source of funding, I be fee any other places. Because when you come in 120, they're very early in the, I don't know, very early stages. So I'm wondering, let's see how they go about this.
Okay, and then point 12, you come to a year, I say, commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. I think this is achievable, right? Okay, that is that. Then point 13, institute inquiries and a forensic audit into the following matters of public interest. And Hana for Krum and I had the chasing Crawford Omolang Cruises woman.
Interesting
times ahead.
I tell you.
One, the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. I don't know one. Now you remember say John Mahama promises Oba share banks are a good yenimu. Why yamfa kwan papa so bank wo savings and loans or microfinance yamfa kwan papa so the good no say NDC for the license man back on beside their man back because to them one believe say Ghana nyuma SSC good no because even at the time I good banks government told us Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Attaka said we needed 9 billion Ghana cedis to resuscitate the banks. Now womunye adwuma yi. Ana yesi there be yemfa 9 billion in san kohyemu biem because the kohyemu kra no krofo adi. Directors ne bobo se free mu a wo muntua. For that reason you best spend 25 billion Ghana cedis. E be agumo. And John Mahama says it was too outrageous. So over 16 billion additional cost now they better or minus just to kill or collapse a business. Wabra says our business so hard and can be found bebre na ejuma. So he doesn't see the sense in that. For that reason, the promise is say obey forensic audits. Now we initiate inquiries and if you move mapa and because so kwanya wo fa so the 25 billion Ghana cedis. Egu banks, wow, you would have to account for it. I mean, Emrano will have to deal with you. And that is that promise. Now, illegal printing of money, the $58 million National Cathedral scandal. I said, I know, $58 million you're spending investigations, Now, illegal and inflated single source contract. Contractor yanye open tendering. okay na ye dia ye tena se ye assessment a ye se ade ama nipa ba ko company we sa hwehwemu no ebeba COVID-19 expenditure COVID ba ye no nim se the auditor general audit of the COVID-19 expenses sa document no ewo ho okay so he is saying say COVID-19 expenditure scandals ahodo e ba ye even the auditor general no capture ye nyina the government will begin to investigate it wow who won bia no asemwato PDS Ejapa deal SML ambulance spare parts deal 13th African Games Skytrain saga over $2 billion and you for Skytrain as you enter me anye Palugu Dam okay mat sets galamsey fraud missing excavators and tricycles okay Sputnik V COVID-19 ura go ajiba menu anope ma menchia na jom hamaneka je na make we point 13 no bust scandal Alfred Obi wo was losing the seat to obibi ani anwa so be kwai bust scandal na ye dey one you wake fra we no the NDC is promising to investigate it wow I mean, you are related, found of wrongdoing, and prosecution because and others. And this is the 13th promise. Now, achievable.
It is.
Okay.
It is achievable. Achievable. Yes, some of them will require funding, like 120. That's what I'm saying. It will depend on what you find in the coffers for you to put some of them.
Then, point 14, institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. I don't know, he was very clear. Say, and was indeed there will be a government policy, deliberate government policy. Oh, not buying more. One year kwenye bia so okoto dan koto asasi bia wo ba bia ompe feeling ke kan wa bia with the fact say aban mu mpanyimfo sisi nkrofo je omo nsase ne ade to say the ye hu in the past few years e won kran ha no and no point 14 now point 15 allocate seed money for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank.
They mention it a lot.
Okay, and that is it. This is the promise. I want the man has to ababi baby almost Women's Bank neighbor a madredi bodra and one more better banker okoji loan wo hono ma interest no wo form pa wo de koye dwumani na wutu etua ne kakrakra o se emra ebeboa ma Women's Bank no wo mo atimi ate no wo mo ehase aye ho enhyehyɛ no na afesika ebetimi aboa ma bank no atimi aba no wo mo atimi aye ne nyina ene ye point 15 now point 16 launch the following priority job creation programs in the first budget. And what it means is that in the first budget, we should expect that there will be funding allocation for a Jumarura program, okay, National Apprenticeship Program, and a 1 million coders program. Okay, say John Mahama will be training youth, 1 million of them on how to code IT systems near there. And we should appear in the first budget, and that is point 16. The next one, 31 minutes after 11. Now, point 17. I say commence the review of Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage cars. Okay, so buying no cars, cars are did 10 years. I'm so no to me and crab money idea was so be making sure the Parliament in the amended the Customs Act. A ban is near mano. Now I fear to me allow now as a vehicles to rescue the local automobile because I'm dealers, a ton cars no so won't mean fast cars the brand new cars e Ghana for intimate
so magazine
for no company there wo nyina adwuma akofom because the cars ne ma spare parts dealers ne so entimi nyeden and crash spare parts no enfama so that is part of it and no point 17 18 or see lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, okay? Prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in awarding government scholarships. Obekai, the NPP government, yes, in Krofwaji scholarships near dear Bibre,
scholarship scheme, issues behind
Bibre. John Mahama said he will streamline things with a scholarship. 19, ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. I had an interest in Opa because I'll be more than a bulldozer with this particular promise. Yeah, Metias Yama will be a magician by now, Bent we will come at you. Ahano, John Mahama is promising that he will end the Galamsey, especially in the forest reserves. Okay, forest now, Galamsey woman. John Mahama promised or point 19 say Obetu Sanya Manase, and then he will not even allow new mining activities in the forest reserves. And you need to be on the lookout. Now, the promise him after so they will say roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to heal and to sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. I mean, this promise is fantastic. But we are watching because we need to know how our implementation now. Point 20, launch the Black Star Experience. And only a creative art for launch the Black Star Experience initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, art and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred tourism destination. And they say you were dirty December beyond the return and the year of return by the year beyond the return. They say John Mahama said, I mean, Black Star Experience, remember, you been fashion week, you been movie and they are seeking to implement that. Now, 21, commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements. Allah.
That's a crucial thing. Anyway, it's very important. I know, sir. 21.
21 is critical.
It's critical. Yeah.
Now, you see, anybody who document the one Kaya won't tell you. John Mahama said, police service, immigration service, the military, okay, customs, any security agencies. He believes that NPP for the one party boys, as you say, more. Amma one the security agencies ladies someone, but the question is that NDC mobile mobile.
So we'll be scrutinizing it.
Okay. And John Mahama said what will be scrutinizing the already existing forces. Why would the Equamboni be sube when you're qualified? No, you be you and the no dear side actually. I don't know, but Monso more Fabia will come to that. The last 2 points, 25, initiate immediate steps to compensate the flood victims. Now, the okay in the Volta region, no, flood in Akosombo Dam now is spilling over now. Ekosen Crawford nearby now. NDC can say a binding to your compensation be a massa uncle for the Sika. As I say, ye dema womo and near say ye womu fee essay ye near the ending or say or be taking steps now. Sikas are buying editorial woman to me etia, including those in the Oti, Bono East and Savannah regions. A queer 4 woman not buy essay ye womu fumo essay ye because of sa issue no yes pele over no. Now they have promised a compensation be a hobiano. Womu to me etia. 26. Carry out a shake-up of all loss-making state-owned enterprises and realign them to break even and transition into profit making. Very important. Very important. Agencies, you know, ebi wo ho no mo a ese ye keka de den edibom na afei yehude wa ye be realign no. So these are topmost 26 promises of John Dramani Mahama.
The first 120 days.
The first 120 days. And Yemani Bia, one pese, one more young Jumano, and no. Now, I'm going to get Tio and I am caught by now, I brebre.
Now,
yes.
Adia watu boasia waka wasemi. Eya kwa me say President Mahama holds the destiny of National Democratic Congress. Yeah. Sisi ameno kase. Adie ya waken kind sisi the next 50 years NDC life omu fate ejina Mahama so. If Mahama failed to say also oma NDC sa koye one term power. Get one term power, they will never forgive him. It will only very careful, especially these provinces. When your manifesto, this is captured in the manifesto, but a normal or so a bar within 120 days obey from the manifesto no, and what can was some the chain. You see, over the years, my starting free the social intervention side. Over the years, we know say we share the two political parties here be leading here. OFA and PPR, they have given you NIP, Poverty Alleviation, Disability Act, Metro Mass Transit, free maternal care, National Health Insurance, school feeding programs. You understand? On and on and on. So many social intervention programs. Then NPPDA campaign say National Democratic Congress they don't have
any social intervention
program. Before 2008 election. And the NDC came to spend 8 years. We did not see any social intervention program like Jamabo Bosono, President Mills, and President Mahama. Then NPP came back and gave you the all-time best social intervention program in the history of Africa, which is the free senior high school. And they are trolling them still, say, Mutimi introduce a single social intervention program. Now, when you watch the what also about 120 days now, and the manifesto now, within it clear, you see that it is being staffed with social intervention programs. It is a officially be implemented, even 90 of them. They will use one. Say when it will create a problem for the party. The 2028 election campaign has started today. It will start immediately Mahama swears in. Because Kwame, and no matter what me ana me say, some of them he said it to woo votes because of politics. You find the political science, you find the political opportunism. Well, who said go for Kasadi we say pa article 75 as Gracia and amu disca and NPCA or bas me scrap as Gracia. Political opportunism. Corruption. Me ba me set committee ye be hwe sadu sim. Toll boot, red toll. Ye die fu ankora ne bi nipa ne bi akotena fie omu sudi omo ye disabled for no akota me ba me sade aba. That's a political opportunism. It is not bad. It is part of politics. Eka politics. It will be obeka so be sade bia. It is good. But Kwame, this country 2008 election, throughout the electionary campaign, there are some issues that NDC at the year campaign say, some Kofono are corrupted this country, no, they will jail them. Just like President Kofo jailed Victor Solomon, Agbodape, Kwampepra, and others. They replicate it. Now, Mr. Samuel Boatin and Zulika Lowry, the wife, on issue of a procurement, so Oma defrauded this country. Oma the court for 3 good years, they were exonerated. Ghana at 50 was a campaign to even Rollins said it, including Professor Mills. So Oba, they make sure that Ombe investigating Ghana at 50. Obi our discount Ghana at 50 will be an. They make sure that people, some coffee will be jailed. Mr. Kodom Pianim, any Rekubrebe Tazan were taken to, they set up a commission to investigate them. All of them were exonerated. You understand? Akoso CJ Rice Master issue by a former Josu NP doubled as a deputy foreign affairs minister, a substantive minister. Rice Master issue, they were not able to do it. So NPP also capitalized on it, say a catcher say you're corrupt. They were not able to jail any of our people like President Kofo did to Agbodape, Kwampepra, all these things. This is a analysis here, is generic. This is not technical. I'm doing generic analysis. Say the bear who breaking down for better. So everything that President Mahama has said, you be investigation way, you be making sure say, one, it will be a problem. I'm telling you.
And just before we go, there's a breaking news.
Okay.
I think, sir, generally, and press conference or was not really necessary. But quickly, as we speak, we are told some of the NDC party supporters are attacking the National NADMO head office. Everyone cry ha. Ama ye kase police for akwa go bebre. I told
you that press
conference. I don't know why that should be happening. But I mean, regardless, what we need about what is the cause of you destroying state property?
And you know the idea. You know the idea of that press conference. And I don't know that and a BB Bamitri say they need it's at that time no more winning majority. But no mean that number now more penny to get the 2/3 of me say they wanted people to throw to the to manipulate Miss Adam to manipulate results in the parliamentary because we say LPP for now discouraged to the stand that you wouldn't go to a coalition center to see LPP die-hard supporters fighting for their members of parliament.
But I don't know,
you understand?
I don't know would have been an afterthought because some press conference or cause people to move
go there.
And you don't know
about Kwame. So Upsabe Shabu Kinano. You understand? We Shabu Kinano. Satam now some of the people how many seats in so many? How many seats in so many?
But that time no far figure be a crime.
There was an agenda. Me say there's something behind.
Like you said, it wasn't
so
necessary.
Bad.
It wasn't necessary.
So come and run Mananan Twasu. So that is that. We are looking forward to see President Mahama.
Like when you were on the screen, I was telling you, about the intervention. Some of them are, in fact, they are feasible, but they will need funding. 120 days in Oba, those implementation of some of them, you need money to back them. So I wouldn't say much about them. All that I would say is that God should give us life to live and see exactly how the first 120 will be. And I believe and I hope the NDC will not disappoint. That's what I would say.
Social media na make I had na posting.
Ma Lydia is over there. You.
I mean, here, no way there. There is something peculiar about their heads, and the NPP's problem in 5 pictures. Another don't go for the decay. Ya was a former photo to me. Santibe dear to you, a home. And Almighty Gabi.
You found a God.
God, okay.
Wouldn't say a fellow God. The God in here, Gabi Ochre Daku.
Okay.
And God.
Okay.
To a moment, you friend of God.
And your friend is Almighty Ken. And so that, and she, Nippon person just said there is something peculiar about their heads, but I don't know. Young Canicus, yes, no. Or the other hand,
so Kwame, it is I see one thing NDC for so we are very careful, Kwame. The reason why over the years they be struggling to get numbers to win the election because when you say post Rawlings, we have done 7 elections. I think NDC we need 2 of them. 7 elections. You understand? They have won
2012.
Yes.
And then
no, just
one. We need 2008.
I'm saying that
post Rawlings.
Post Rawlings.
Kessben.
Post PNDC and first NDC with Rawlings.
Yeah. Yes. Remember? I'm saying that post Rawlings ends as that 2000.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that 2000, 2004, 2008, and NPP won the first one. You get me?
But generally, that did not give them the presidential seat.
No. I'm not saying that because that's how anything could have happened. So I'm saying that a normal kitty be a kofofi say President Mills came to change that narrative. Oyusu Madam Hannah Tetemone, Mr. Spielgab Bramo, and Kofu to become the face of the party, to erase the perception say NDC is a violent political party. I think say Yaya Trahoma Sadi and Asaba. When you're very careful. Because people are watching. Nipe tifi ankotwa banina eye bufo no mubuafu NPP fo ana o man kwa ankotwa ba kwame se okoye bibi ko se obi business okoye matension ko ba ne se obi business ko bono bibi trigger of this country kwame your party is doomed. I'm telling you, they should, because you have won the election. Then now koko bie municipal assembly. I was watching the video right now.
Taking over everything. I'm watching the video as well.
That's a 2008.
And they shouldn't forget there's still a government in power.
In power. President Mahama appointed Domilevo. What this time here
people can still be arrested.
Yes.
And prosecuted.
But I feel that as you didn't get here, and say, I mean, there's a government in place.
Yes,
and security agencies must.
They will say it. They will say it. But Ebia police could be do a baby nenya. Politics.
NDC nearby.
Kwame.
Yeah, because NDC
nearby. I have never seen Obia what do politics at Chiachenwa. You didn't call court. I see a politics to acquire debut of politics. So, or quite CZ toilet, or quite a toilet facility. So, Kuyewe, are all battle court case for 2 years. Even the 6 months, will be that.
All right, I'm sure my phones here. We are so much grateful for staying through with us. Yes, sorry, so now KO Dinitima Akanina no Abba Betua. So many the Kwame appear could be many and India and a final from Ponziga and Operie Moche Yanka. Thank you so much for your time. I don't do any option. Your best answer anymore at the Asia. Good morning. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Kessben.
Mountain of favorite songs. This is 92.9 The more music, more variety. Perfect. 92.9 Wake up. 92.9 The
one corner. When did you wait? Yes, baby, woman.
I saw him. Every run, I saw him say insurance and Metimako.
Oh, sir.
Nanka.
Wow.
Said your woman say, Mirror insurance and when you'll be a man answer, what's happening for more?
I'm Paddy.
And I know no beautiful for beach, and your insurance brokers at you. Oh,
sir.
Hey, one way your brokers inti. So be boo for so your customer and quando be boo for so. For one crata semina abre womo. Claims ya bedjini na ma. Almost any insurance companies P na ye juma. If we say omu ye brokers. As the insurance brokers, extra coin. For dear wasa wo yom. Siketie bie ni mu. For one crata sema for claims winina. For kumu omu de nyade se. We ye omu customer. Efi. Omu ye life and non-life policy. Ebi a universal life policy. Education and pension providers. Moto, fire, theft, any comprehensive. Ayi yo won siseye ni akwansia nyina mu.
Eh, na sisia no agi o matu musano. Na no kwa no mo ye.
Wasayo bid bond, performance, any advanced mobilization bond, any awodo pi mira.
That's ramete. Adepane ton ho. Kire me kwan no na me fa won konkonko check me how far.
Aseda insurance brokers wo Kumasi Duma Seda House first floor. Our numbers are 0242 850204 0542 815801 and 0546 170802. And crying so Ubehunu Aseda Insurance Brokerage Limited, our Kessben Twin Towers Circle. Yabe Vodafone, Betimia Freyen on 020 0080969. Aseda Insurance Brokers.
Ejumanesi. No.
Me mama juma na mu business te saying.
Bra, me business kwa na ekofom.
So wan come multi credit.
Debbie, ma ko multi credit.
Me nso makwaje bosia ma na ya me ka o. Me twa susu se me de kwa kotua. Me kwaya. Hwedo befo a ye de ato office no mu kyese omode me sika na dwane o.
So wan come multi credit.
Ane, ma ko multi credit.
Me nioma abegu port. Ma ya me nyesika nkoyi. Deadline atwam ama aban de ne nsa ato nioma yi so. Sheka amabo.
So wan come multi credit.
No credit. Ma ko multi credit.
Emum adwadifo bia so den. Se mo come multi credit ya. Enka nya to mu nyina entom. Me be kire mu ne multi credit to me ye. Woni ama begu port. Na woni account o multi credit kura na be bo mama ne ya. Wo be uni ama na ma. Multi say for 20 days to susu. 20 days na chi no. Ye obenya bia ye bon ma bosia.
Enu bi na adwadifo hema akoye ya. Ene ne suto na bom ma bi no. Kane no. Na ne suto no. Emu ye hwe ni na nso ode no ho bom multi credit no. Ene ye ka adwadifo a. Ono nso frɛ no ho adwadifo hema.
Multi credit. Where bank adwuma bia, savings, current accounts, Vigo, MoneyGram, eSwitch, and MTN mobile money. Bank of Ghana multi credit to me credit and when you know Ghana be bia be ko bia. Fre 03220374118. Someone come multi.
Na ye ni muntra.
Ewiase mu so bi benya wa na efi yade onipa bia se wo didi na wonom na wo mi mframa ekọ wo nipadua ne mu de se de atie bia yade beba na sa yade ne ba ekwan ben so na ye befa esia no ebe den krompo na wahu se mi yade yi ehu symptoms enie eno nti na Kessben 92.9 ya hihye dwumadie shonkokra ya yato ne din Kessben Clinic wa Kessben Clinic yi so no ye befre a doctor fo ekukudam wo mu a wamakwadare ba ni pedua akwa ne mu no no maba aba bekire yen sedie ye behwe ya pomuden hu nsem so yie eno nti hia me afia boatma kwasieda wei ene kwasieda bia 1:30 pm ekosi 3 pm ewo dwumadie yi so na yen kasamfa ya pomuden hu nsem esanse woni pa bia wa pomuden hu nsem ene wa hoho ahoa Kessben Clinic wa pomuden ne wa hotoso. Hey, I can't take you, baby. I can't.